You've got me for the next hour, bringing you your guest designer slot with the fantastic Sara Elvin. She's coming your way straight after this. Thank you to you. Thank you to you. See you.
Join guest designers Debbie Bulford and Rachel Norris to explore the endless possibilities of combining polymer clay and wirework. This DVD guides you through a variety of projects and will give you the inspiration you need to create your own designs. Advance your jewellery making and fuse your talents together with this amazing DVD. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Once you are ready to crimp your bead, take your crimping pliers and place the bead on the back ridge and press down. Then flip the crimp bead sideways and place into the front ridge and press down. This will give your crimp bead extra security and give you a neater finish.
You can watch JewelleryMaker live every day from 9 till 1 on Sky 655, Virgin 756, Freesat 807 and now Freeview Channel 30.
Tune into JewelleryMaker every day at 5 p.m. from Miss It Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low prices. The Miss It Miss Out show, only on JewelleryMaker.
The early bird catches the worm. Don't miss out on your chance to grab our amazing early bird offers at 9 a.m. on weekday mornings. Catch them while you can.
Here at JewelleryMaker, we have many stages of quality control, from lab tests all the way through to our own in-house gemologists. We're confident with our quality, but we want to give you that peace of mind by offering you a 30-day money-back guarantee.
will make yellow flowers for you.
Hello and welcome. Yes, it's me. I'm back again. You just can't get rid of me today. Sorry. It's lovely to have your company here on our Designer Inspired show. And the lady to inspire us today is most certainly somebody who we are rewarded with fantastic quality jewellery. And I've no doubt about it. Every time I look at the Wall of Fame, I know you've been inspired by her. It's the gorgeous Sara Elvin. Hello, lovely lady.
Yeah, how are you?
Gorgeous. You're looking fabulous today.
Thank you very much.
Loving that colour on you.
I know, it's an unusual colour for me, but I absolutely love it. It gives me a real lift and makes me look wide awake, so I quite like it.
Yeah, anything that makes me feel awake, I'm happy with. Yeah. You've got lots and lots of inspiration for us today, and in particular in the first hour, you're going to give us a real sense of how to finish, how to add detail to a variety of different pieces of jewellery. And I know for a lot of you who have been contacting us, we did a deal, myself and you, about 2 weeks ago, I think it was.
Yeah, probably.
Actually, might not have even been that. I've lost all perspective of time at the moment. Don't know anybody else, but just getting closer to Christmas, my head's just, I've lost
All
time.
I know is it's 14 days today. I am now officially in panic station mode. I am the swan on the top, but I can tell you definitely... 13.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sarah, you're 1 day behind.
I've even lost a day because I'm so panicked by it.
We're in such trouble. But we've had so many people requesting to work with the cord endings, and in particular the bell end cord ends that we have. So we're going to try and do that, aren't we?
We are. I'm going to show from start to finish how to finish off with the leather, and also how to incorporate lots of different technique in with the leather and the charms and those clasps and everything, just so that people can get the complete finished article from start to finish, because we don't always get time to show how to finish and how to perfect those pieces. And as a jewellery designer, that's where your sort of panache comes, that makes you different, is if you've got that quality finish, and I'm going to show you how to get that.
And I always say, when you look at designer jewellery, and I'm always looking at designer jewellery because I always think that that's what we actually achieve for many of our pieces, is that actually it's not to do with what they do, it's how they finish it. And that's what we're going to try and achieve today in this designer show. We want to really achieve the quality of finish. And of course we did an amazing deal on our trade show this morning on the glue.
Brilliant. I'm going to be using that glue, so if you got it this morning, if there's still some available on the website, have a look, because that's what I use to attach those clasps. And it's what you need. You need a specific glue. A standard super glue is not what you need. You need a specific jewellery making glue, which is the one that we stock on the website, because it has flexibility, whereas a typical super glue is, or other glues, is rigid when it sets.
That's it. Well, one of the things that we've found is that we've trialed and tested all of our super glues. We've made sure that we've gone through all of the different varieties. So we've got everything that we know in terms of our super glue is working towards getting the best results. And that's exactly what you've got. And you've got that 3 for 2 deal this morning. I don't know whether there is any of that left, to be honest. But if there is, then it's unfortunate, but I will say to you, it looks like we probably won't get the chance to rebuy it, apart from buying it as an individual offer, because we always say within the live show, it's a live show deal these days. Right, we're starting off by letting Sara, crack on, I guess, with, it's the only word I can describe, just cracking on with her challenge today. And what a challenge! I know. A bling bling.
I saw it and I thought, well, you know what? It is Christmas. We've got to have a bit of bling. Why not? Well, there's an awful lot going on there. But I love that. I love the lift you get from it, the light, the texture, you've got everything going, and it's just going to lift any little black dress. If you're thinking New Year's Eve, I've got a little black dress, but it's last year's little black dress. Yeah. This is going to lift
transform it.
Perfect.
Yeah, there's a few of our girls who were out last night who were all wearing these multi-strand feature necklaces. And actually I took it on board that for a lot of our girls who are probably around in their 20s and, early 30s, fashion is very much about the here and now, and I often think that that's great, but jewellery doesn't have to be about the here and now. Jewellery can be about the here and now and the then and there, because in many ways it transcends so many different eras when you look at jewellery. And of course you can reuse something like this, make a piece of jewellery, make it up for the fashion of the moment, and then break it down again and make something different for the next fashion that comes your way.
That's it. I mean, if you're using beading thread as your threading material, the only thing that will, if you want to remake a piece, the only thing you're going to lose when you remake that piece is a couple of crimp beads and your beading thread. And we all know that crimp beads are an essential tool, but you know, if you're only using 2 of those and then you get to remake a piece and all you're using is 2 crimp beads and a bit of beading thread, your jewellery just lasts and lasts and lasts.
Like it has legs, as my mum would say.
Oh,
that's got legs.
And I've done that in the past. It was things that I made when I first started making jewellery that were of the moment then.
Yes.
And I look at them now and think, we've moved on. My techniques have moved on, my taste might have moved on, the fashion's moved on.
Yeah.
And you just take them apart and redo them.
And that's the exciting thing about making your own jewellery. There is no boundaries of keeping a jewellery as it is. And especially when you've got a deal like this next one where you're getting so much that you can have so many different looks within one offer. Now, of course, we're sticking with the trade show. I did tell you that the haul of today was going to be trade show influenced. And of course, we've had an amazing morning. I mean, absolutely huge morning. And on top of that, we've got another fantastic 4-hour deals coming your way within our mid-show, and then from 5 o'clock it's your miss it, miss out, and the deals are just going to get bigger and faster all the way through the day. And of course, if you've already paid your postage and packaging of £2.95, you can keep on adding for the whole of today on that single postage and packing offer, and you're definitely going to do that now. Now there's a lot going on, there's a lot of card going on here. All of these are going to be yours for one price tag. That is over 2,000 meters of cord in one trade show deal. No way can you underestimate what you're about to get. No way can I let you underestimate the opportunity of how much jewellery you're going to achieve thanks to this combination. You've got your satin finish cord. You've also got this amazing, beautiful nylon cord that just really adds that shimmering quality about it. You've got lots and lots going on. So it's over 2,000 meters of your cord. It includes, as you can see, all of those different permutations of colour. And you can see them all there, from the purples. Oh, look! We've got our vivid, our radiant orchid colour. Look, the colour of the year. Hang on. Oh, somebody's been tidying up me things. Oh no, there's my radiant orchid gone. Anybody seen the other piece of paper where it's gone? Oh, there it is. The colour of the year 2014, radiant orchid. Very, very happy bunny.
That is my colours.
Isn't it just? And look how you think, see, this is sometimes, and I know there's a lot of people who have got comments to make about our product on a day-to-day basis, and actually what I want you to always know is that we are working our socks off. We are not just heading out and going click, click, click and saying, well, I have this colour because we like it. We go and research. We find out what's happening in the fashion. We want to know what's happening, and when we do that, we go to places like Pantone. Excuse me, they are colour gurus in the fashion world and in the jewellery industry. We go to them and they say, this is going to be the colour of 2014. We get you the colour so you can create jewellery to capture that fashion. We don't just go for the here and there, we go for the exact colour. Gorgeous colour. 2,000 meters, 2,000 meters of cord. That includes your satin cord and the colours of your nylon. All yours for one price tag. And the price that you should be paying. Oh, hang on a minute. Now, if I show you not just the colours of the colour of 2014, we know is Radiant Orchid. We know that. We've established that. We've got that. If I show you the colours of spring and summer of 2014, this is going to be the colour that you're going to see in springtime of 2000. Just take a look at some of the colours that I've got here. Just take a look at some of the colours I have here. I mean, they are literally, look at that one. Look at that to match. I mean, it's ridiculous. Look at how good we are at what we're doing. Look at that. I can't even fit that into where it needs to be. Move out the way. There. Look at the colours that we are matching. Again, I remind you, we don't just buy in colour. We buy in colour that is considered to what you want, which is fashion, which is centrepiece jewellery, and you've got it all here, and it's yours. It should be £19.90. That's the price it should most definitely be, but it's not the price you're paying. All of this opportunity. And Computer doesn't want to do the price that we're suggesting. Computer says no. But we say, yeah, yeah, yeah. £19.90. 2,000 metres of cord in one day. £12.90. £12.95. Computer says that it doesn't like this price tag. It's having a bit of a moment with us. £12. No, I'm having a moment with it. £12.95. We're falling apart. £12.95 is all you pay. 2,000 metres of cord for just £12.95. If you do want to join us, 0800 644 655 is the number to dial. You can join us at JewelleryMaker.com. It's a lot of potential. It's a definite trade show deal. Should be over £19 for all of these, including the ultimate colour for your spring and 2014 collection. This is the colour you've got to start working with if you haven't already done so, because it's the colour that will capture 2014 for your fashion and your jewellery capabilities. That's the colour you've got. Radiant Orchid, and that's the colour that we're giving you the chance to own within this massive trade show deal of £12.95. I've got loads of people who see the potential in this, lots of people reacting, and of course with that single P&P you may as well just keep on adding to your order. Exquisite. There's some darker tones coming, and then those colours just start illuminating vibrancy and those richest. That's a gorgeous colour, that one, mind. That is such a pretty colour. If you've got anything like an aquamarine, any of those, you know, aquamarine, or perhaps the Larimar that we did earlier on a special deal this morning, any of those, that would go very, very well with. I mean, that alongside that. Oh, it's so feminine, isn't it? And femininity can come in different ways, different styles, can't it? But actually, when you're playing with these colours, when you start to really mix them up, femininity can come out in so many different permutations.
It can. And you know, you look at certain colour combinations, and I always put my colours together, and I always think, don't be sort of go with the norm. Always think, actually I've got this colour, so that dark green, for instance, that's there, that sort of really what I call a sort of a school uniform green. It's really lush.
Yeah.
Sort of, but have a look and say, you know what, you can put the purple with it, which gives a really regal look, which is quite a normal colour combination, that sort of green and purple.
That's Roland Garros, isn't it? That's the colour combination.
Yeah, and then, but then if you put the teal with it, that teal on the end.
This?
Yeah, with the green, it looks completely different again. And if you were to do like a braided technique or a kamihimo technique with those colours coming together, that teal colour will take the green and it'll lighten it and soften it, and it'll just change it completely.
What about if I did that then?
Those, again, you know, you've got that combination that you can really work with. So you can take a colour and you can lighten the tone by adding different colours to it, or you can darken the tone. And one of the things that I always look at, and you can find them on, if you search on the internet, is if you're not great with colours, have a look for a colour wheel. Have a look. I used to have one, I don't know where it disappeared somewhere, but you can get them, but you can look online for them as well, your standard search engines, and they show you what colours are complementary, what colours clash, and what colours are in a colour family. And if you're not very good with your colours, that's a brilliant way to introduce yourself to it. Paper crafters use it. As a jewellery designer, I use it because I sometimes get the block. I don't quite know what colours I want to put together. And it just lifts that block a little bit. But just putting them next to each other like we have there just changes your opinion on what works together. So just have a real play, and having this selection is going to allow you to do that completely.
And I think the thing is that with fashion as it is at the moment, there is no wrong and there is no right.
There isn't.
You know, there's trends.
Yes.
You know, there's colours that work, but actually in many ways, colour just works.
It does. And tones and putting colours together. I mean, a couple of seasons ago we had the colour blocking, didn't we?
Yeah.
And that was like putting colours we really probably wouldn't normally put together, like the cerise pink and the teal together, and blocking them and putting them right next to each other, and sort of almost giving it a bit of a clash going on, whether it be bright orange and pink and all those sorts of different colour tones. We're clashing them all together, but making it work in a really classy way.
Can you see how we can do what we've done in here as well?
Oh, I love the fact that you've got both sort of different sizes of threading material.
Look at that, the different gauges, so you've got that opportunity to be able to match exactly. I kind of want to do that, don't you? I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
And with all your sort of braiding techniques and your hemo techniques and things, having different thicknesses of braiding material adds dimension and depth to your pieces as well. So sometimes you don't always want to have the same gauge next to each other.
You'd rather mix them and add that almost like 3D layering of it.
Definitely.
Now we have got lots to fit in, and I know that we've got lots of brand new deals, including 2 brand new strands of our rainbow hematite. Beg your pardon, let's say hematite there. I kind of, you know what? Let's just pick them up and show you. Stunning arrangement of colours, and we've just established that there's no boundaries on colour at the moment in the fashion world, and there's certainly no boundary in our colours if you've got those threads. So if you've got those threads, what about if I just put those alongside it? That looks gorgeous, but if I put then the green alongside it, doesn't that match as well? Because that's the thing about this hematite, pardon me, pyrite, but it does feel like hematite, and but of course they're both metallic metals, so really it's got that finishing touch. You have your pyrite rainbow colours, and you can see every single one. Maybe I could get the hot pink as well and put it alongside there. Yeah? So if you've just got that last deal, you most definitely want to stay tuned and add to your order and get this fantastic rainbow colour of your pyrite. Both of it, pattern. Let's do one now. Look at that. Caution to the wind is thrown, I tell you. At this. One now and one later. Okay. Should we do the drops? Okay, let's do the drops now, and then you're going to have the cubes for later. Let's stick with that principle of getting some more colours out, because this is the fascinating thing. I kind of want to do that, and then I could do that. And if I just hold them all out, look at that for a versatile gemstone to go with every single colour. Look at all of these colours matching. Look at all of those colours just matching, and matching some more. That is pretty special, if you ask me. It is a full strand. So you've got the cord. We've been there, done that with the cord. You've got all of that. If you have all got that, congratulations. If you haven't, I don't know whether I've got any stock left, but if you're going to buy it, you've got to buy it now. Big price reduction on all of that opportunity. Now you're going to get the gemstone that brings it all together. All of those colours coming together into this one strand. And what a cracking strand it is for impact and for luxury. You know, not just in terms of the aesthetics, but of course the feel. And I always say that my jewellery is not bought just based on the way it looks, but I buy my jewellery on the way it feels. And that then influences how I feel about myself. If I feel like my jewellery is good, if I'm feeling good about my jewellery, then actually I'm feeling good about myself. And there is definitely some kind of connection. I don't know what the links are, and I'm sure there's somebody could tell me that, you know, somewhere in my brain this connects to this and that's what happens. But actually for me, if this feels good, if it then makes me feel good, then that's what jewellery is all about. That's what I want from my jewellery, and that's what fashion is. I mean, last night I could have probably gone to our works do. I was going to say our school do. When I went to school 20 years ago, when I was at our works do last night. I mean, if you don't make an effort in everything that there is that time where you actually look around and you go, oh, I'd love to look like her. Oh, gosh, she looks so pretty. Oh, it makes you almost not want to go out. It makes you almost not feel confident enough. And actually, it's not just clothing for me. It is the way that what jewellery I put on. It does give me a sense of confidence. It does make me feel good about myself. I know when I'm just dropping off the kids at school, just for the school run, if I haven't had the time to just pop on my jewellery, I do feel different about how I would if I had my jewellery on, and I feel like a little bit stronger or a little bit more confident. And because actually on a day-to-day basis, you deserve to feel good about yourself. You deserve every single day to feel good about yourself. And you're going to feel good when you've got something like this because it feels good. It feels good. You're going to feel good. That's what I connect to this kind of quality of a strand. You've got these rainbow pyrite drops. What's that song? I can make you feel good. I'm sure I was dancing to that last night, wasn't I, Dion? Was I? To be honest, I was dancing to any song. Anything that came on, I danced to last night. I don't even know whether I actually socialised with Dion at all, apart from when we danced. Dion was there, and Dion did dance with me. I got my groove on. I did. I definitely got my groove on last night. My groove never went. I just grooved all night. It's your rainbow pyrite, and you're going to get your groove on. If you want this, you're going to have to be quick because it's yours for the taking on a brand new strand, limited edition actually. Not a big enough quantity for me in terms of the offer that we're about to do. A big chance to get your rainbow pyrite drops for just trade show price tag exclusive. Dun, dun, dun. Yep, computer's saying no again. Oh, come on, computer. That's like some kind of, you know when they do those award ceremonies and they leave the massive gap to announce the winner?
It's the suspense gap, isn't it?
Yeah.
They'd always have that music underneath it, sort of like a heartbeat or...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Forget that. The computer thinks that it's some kind of an award ceremony. Do that on the 31st of December. We could manage it, but not for today. It's trade show. We want those prices in fast. We want those trade show prices in low. How low can we go? Well, I tell you what, low is exactly what we've done on this deal. £6.95 is all you pay for your 230 carats of your rainbow pyrite in these fantastic coloured drops. If I start to move these, you can't help but be fascinated by the full spectrum of colour that you're seeing here, from the greens to the pinks to the purples to the yellows, all together for less than £7. 12 by 8 drops and yours for just £6.95. We have the cubes coming your way. Cubes coming your way. Later on as well. We also have, I believe, a relaunch of the Makes for Men DVD. If you missed that out, well, we have Drew coming your way from 2 o'clock this afternoon. He's going to take you through the rest of the designer inspired show. So he'll talk a little bit more about that. He was part of the presenting team for that DVD, so I'm sure that he'll be able to tell you a lot more about what's actually in the content of the DVD. And I know from the jewellery that you've seen today, you're loving that DVD, and rightly so. It's a brilliant DVD. Designer inspired with Sara now, and it's all about charm bracelet. Well, I am a charm bracelet kind of a girl. I like simple jewellery, but I actually quite like the idea of getting something that's a little bit more movement based, you know, something that has that's something different. This is going to be the ultimate time to get this combination. This is going to fly out. Oh, I just know this is going to fly out. Are you kidding me with that quantity? On a trade show, you're trying to tell me you've got double figure quantity on this? Dion, what is that about? I ain't dancing with you no more, sister. I was dancing with her last night, and if I'd have known there was this kind of quantity for this, I'd have been dancing on the other side of the dance floor. Well, not really. I'll just take any friend that I can have. Anybody who would dance with me. And there wasn't that many people who wanted to dance with me last night. We have got for you, this is not going to hang around. This is seriously not going to hang around. Now you've got, first of all, I will just say that you've got your foundations, okay? So for everything that Sara's created, you need a foundation, and this is the cord. Don't know why I'm typing it, but I am. You've got your cord here, and it is your black leather cord, and it is the real deal. It's the real deal. It is true leather cord that you've got. Now this is going to be your main foundations to the jewelry that you're going to be creating. This is the main foundations, but there's plenty more where that comes from. So that's number one, and that's probably something that you'll go, yeah, I like that, but I need more, Vix. I need more. There is so much more that actually, in all honesty, when I start to show you this, you'll just go, oh yeah, it's just right. So you're going to get your finishing pack. It includes your endings for any of your multi-thread designs. So anybody who does likes of kumihimo or macrame or braiding or knotting or French knitting, any of those crochet, any of those different techniques, you first of all need to get this bundle, because these endings really will finish off your jewelry to high grade quality. Now I will just show you, if I just hold like so, you can place your threads. So once you've done your bindings, once you've done your cords, you place your cord through, and then you have your charm drop to add your pendant, your whatever you want to attach to, whatever's going to be your additional feature to this part here. So you just take your cord through and then drop down. So it's perfect for anybody who wants to do just single solitaire pendant. Of course, you've got 4 of those, so you can multi-drop them as you require. You are going to get also the toggle clasps. So you're going to get 4 of those. You're going to get 4 of the cord end packs. You're going to get 4 of the additional pendant drops, and you're going to get 4 of your toggle clasps. You're also going to get your jump rings. Those are open jump rings to match. These are all together. We're giving you a lot more detail within this mega deal, and that detail comes with this fabulous sunbeam pendant. Now it could be a charm, could be a pendant, whatever it is, you could be creating a magnificent addition to your jewelry making by just adding something of this kind of detail and quality finish. So you've got your gold plated finish on this. We're adding in alongside that alongside it, you're also getting 5 of your detailed spacers, I guess you would call these, but they're not just classic standard spacers. These are much more detailed. In fact, I'm going to just pop one into my tweezers so I can show you that. There you go. Gold plated. Gold plated is a gold flash plated in your copper findings. So that's your 5 of those. Then on top of that, you're also going to get some more of your decorative spacer beads. And again, the detail is in this fantastic texturing. Now, for again, those of you who got the Gents Jewellery DVD, if I just show you that Gents DVD, you could easily create this kind of look or this kind of look with one of these spacer beads. Can you see that there? You can't see it brilliantly, but you can see how much detail you could add thanks to those spacers. Then, when you've got 5 of those, you would think that we would stop and go, that's enough, but I say no. No. I say, let's add some more, and we're adding in 2 gorgeous bells. And how cute are these? How cute are these? I mean, they are gorgeous, aren't they? The bells are ringing for me and my girl. Yes, you've got here your Christmas bells with 2 in total within this pack. You've got a lot of charm bracelet detail. Lots of charm bracelet detail. All of these charms, all of these finishings, including the cord ends in that bell shape, and you have 4 of those sets in total: the small, the medium, the large, and the extra large. You get, of course, the additional pendants. You've got the sunflower the sun pendant and all of your spacer beads, plus your 2 bells and your black leather cord. This is one mega bundle deal, and it's all yours for the taking. Should be £36. That's the price you should be paying. But we know today, as we have shown you already from 9 o'clock this morning, what we should be doing is nowhere near what we have been doing. We're doing trade show opportunity. Trade show means pushing the boundary, squeezing the price, doing you much more content, much more ingredients for a much smaller price tag. £36 is the price you should be paying. How about we go under 20? Flat price tag under £20. It's a huge £15 saving. £15 saving. I mean, that's the way to do it, isn't it? That's the way to make an impact for you. If you want to join us, now's the time to do so. 0800 644 655 is the number to dial. You can join us on the web at JewelleryMaker.com. Now is the time to confirm on this deal, and not surprising, the phone lines are very, very busy on this price offer. Not surprised to hear that when we've got a stock that is restricted, and I have to say, when I got told by Dee on the quantity that I had to offer you on this one, my instant instinct was there's not enough to go around. Nowhere near the kind of quantity that we should be giving you on this kind of deal. It is a trade show, and trade show needs quantity. Not just quantity in terms of the ingredients, but quantity in terms of numbers to offer you. £19, it's not going to be anything other than a fly out of a deal. You know, when you start to think about the potential of how many pieces of jewellery you're going to influence by this kind of combination, that's a lot of jewellery, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I've made 5 pieces. I have bits left over from this. I've got some of the catches left over, the clasps left over, so they would go towards some plummy hemo projects or some braiding projects where I want those clasps to be used. So there is still, once I've made these 5 pieces, still pieces left over to go, so that you can make so much with it. You can choose whether you want to be really heavy with the components and get that real wow factor piece. And we all know how much charm bracelets go for in the marketplace. They're not an inconsidered purchase. They normally are quite considered.
Ridiculous.
I know, especially to have, you know, sterling silver components on there. You know, you look at those ones, those big brands, they are very considered. And you have so many components in here that you'll find in those pieces, and you can choose to use them how you want, and the creativity is there for you. And I just love this combination. I love the fact that I love mixing my metals together. I love mixing my mediums together, so whether that be bringing textiles and leather together with metals and gemstones, I just love doing all of that. So this was right up my street.
And the thing is that just picking up on what you're saying about, you know, these charm bracelets, one of the things that I'll say is that to my experiences, these charm shops are so popular. Very. And I'm bemused. I mean, I said yesterday, I was at a local shopping centre up in the northeast, and there is said charm shop in this shopping centre, and I walked past and I was so busy, but I had to stop and look in, and I saw a good 20 people stood buying charms for £50 to £100. £50 to £100 on a single charm, and I just felt like going, have you got money to burn? Because you don't need to.
I want to go to them and say, don't do it, come and I'll make you a charm bracelet, and I'll make it, and it'll have more on it.
That's it.
And it'll cost you less money, and it'll be bespoke to you. Nobody else is going to be walking down the high street with the exact same charm combination. And I just think, don't do it.
But I understand that everybody wants something that's unique to them, and I understand that charm bracelets do that. And they have symbolism, each charm has a symbol. Definitely. But you can create your own symbolism, you can create your own look by spending £20 instead, and that would make you multiple pieces of jewellery and not actually one charm.
I know, one charm.
What?
I know.
Who's got that kind of money?
I know.
I'm in the wrong business. I must be, because I don't have that kind of money to burn. You have here some fantastic ideas
Yeah, I took a few extra little bits from my stash, but we've all got a stash at home of various bits of wire, gemstones, and various other bits and pieces. So I thought, you know, we can incorporate those, and also today we've got so many good fantastic gemstone combinations coming up that if you're looking for something to sort of bring in, then you know. There's so much on the show to be able to do that. But I just wanted to show the different ways you can use the materials, the different ways you can use the mediums as well, because some people look at leather cord and think, I don't know how to work this, I don't know what to do with it. It's a complete, because it's new to us. It's new to JewelleryMaker. We've only had it for maybe 2 or 3 months, not even maybe a bit longer.
Yeah, probably about 4 months,
yeah,
I think, yeah.
So it's quite new to us, and it works differently to the satin cords. It's got much more structure to it. It's a little bit harder to manipulate, but it's got that quality to it as well. And I just love this when you get it out. I have to smell it.
I think everybody does that. Everybody must do it. And if they don't, then I think they will from now on.
My son said to me, he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "It smells so nice."
Just that pure, and it is genuine leather, and that's the thing. Yeah. So we're going to get started. We're going to start making some fantastic jewellery. What are you going to go for first?
Okay, I'm going to start off, with simple charm bracelet, the one in the front there.
This one?
Yes, I'm going to show you how to use the charms that are in the kit in different ways, and also how to use the ends. Because these ends are typically for kumihimo, but you can use them for all sorts of different techniques, all different mediums.
No boundaries.
No boundaries. And just to let you know, I've got them all here. Now just go through the different sizes you've got. So that's the smaller one, that's the medium, or the mini medium, the large and the extra large, okay? You've got those sizes, and the smaller one takes 2 pieces of the leather cord.
Okay.
So I've done all the hard work for you, I've worked this out.
Oh, well done, well done. Thanks for that.
The sort of medium sized one takes 3 pieces of leather cord, the large one takes 6, possibly 7, and then the larger one takes 8, possibly 9, 10. Depends how tight you can
And that's the leather cord in the 1mm gauge.
That's the leather cord in the 1mm gauge, so that's done a little bit of work for you. I thought, sometimes when you get the new findings, you think, crikey, what am I going to do with those? So what I did for my charm bracelet is I took 2 pieces of the leather cord, and all I did was literally go around my wrist and work out how long I wanted them to be. And bear in mind, you will get a little bit of length in the middle from your clasp when you add them onto the end. So you just need to make sure that it's about ½ an inch extra you get. So if you're a 7.5 inch, go up, just cut 7 inches of your cord. So, and you've got all these lovely little charms. And all I did with these was very, very simple. Just chose how I wanted to put them on. And the silver ones go very easily over the leather cord. And all you need to do to get them on is just to twist the charm. And that will go onto the end of the leather. So just twist it and it'll go straight on. But they are quite tight, so they'll stay in position where you put them on the leather cord.
That's good.
So that's great if you want that spaced out appearance.
Oh yes, I like that idea.
Yeah, so I just added those on, and you can see how easy they go on, and they just look brilliant. And then you can just add on your little charms. I love these little bells.
Yeah, they're really cool, aren't they? They're quite funky.
So just add on your little bells, and you can do this in whatever order you want. So I'm doing it in a completely different order to what I did at home. And then again, just twist your little charm. It's easier when you haven't got hot hands in a hot studio. There we go. So you can see it's just literally going on. You just keep twisting, and then you can grab hold of the leather and bring that down. And these will hold the little bells in place, so you can choose where you want them to be on your bracelet.
Oh, that's a good idea, isn't it?
Very simple. So they just literally do that. And
see, I was just thinking about the range of designs that you can create from this one pack, you know, for the £19.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about the different diversities of jewellery, isn't it?
It is.
You know, when you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 feature pieces of jewellery that Sarah's made, but obviously that's 5 pieces of jewellery that I'm sure actually could have been 10 pieces of jewellery if she hadn't been so, you know, so indulgent in certain aspects of, you know, doing. I mean, making a pendant where you're using 3 of those colours, that's very indulgent. That's great, but it's not necessary.
Not necessary. You don't have to do it that way. And again, with the charms, I put lots of charms on this charm bracelet, so again, you don't have to do that. Okay, so if you imagine I've put all my little charms on there in whatever order I want them to be. So I've got my little bells and I've got a gold spacer on there, and at home I'd sit and I'd put as many as I wanted on my pieces. And then we get to putting on the clasps. So this is the bit people have asked me lots and lots and lots to show, is how to use these end clasps. And because they come with a different shaped jump ring.
Yeah, it's got like almost like an oval.
If I hold that up, can you see it's an oval jump ring? So I've had a few comments saying they don't sort of twist round when you put the ends on. I'm going to show you why, because they're actually supposed to sit in a certain direction. And then I'm going to put my little clasps on as well. I love these toggle bars as well, they're brilliant. So what I would do is at home, I always use 2 pairs of flat nose pliers, if you can, because it gives you better purchase than a pair of round nose and a pair of flat nose. You get that much more grip. And you find they're so well made, I can't even see the saw cut in them. That's how well made these jump rings are, that you can't actually see the saw cuts in them, they're that good. So what you need to do is open your jump ring. So you can see I've opened my jump ring. That's it, I've twisted it. I haven't pulled it apart, I've opened it north to south. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to literally add on there my end of my clasp. And as you can see, if I move my finger, can you see it's only gone part way in? It won't go round the bend, so to speak.
Yes.
And when you shut this, it'll actually stay on that side. And the reason it does that is it helps keep your piece of jewellery, it gives it extra longevity, because it's stopping a lot of wear and tear on the pieces that are attached into the actual clasp itself. So it stops any movement on this part where you put your leather in. It stops a lot of the wear and tear, so it gives good longevity to your piece of jewellery. So I'm just going to literally do that. Fingers and thumbs. Okay, in you go. And when I close that back, hopefully, she says, there we go, you can just move it over. So can you see it's now in the centre of that oval? Can you see?
Yeah.
There we go. So it's actually sitting in the centre of the oval. So the oval runs, the oval shape, the long part of it runs east to west.
East to west across
yes,
the bell.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to glue in the ends. And I'm just using my trusty jewellery glue, which is brilliant for this. So just any good trusted jewellery glue, because jewellery glue is specific for jewellery. And what you do is, you can see you've got a little well in there, and you're just going to put your glue in there. And what you want to do is you actually want to get a good amount of glue in the well. I don't know if you can see the glue in there.
Just about.
Just about. And what you need to do then is, if you find this difficult, you can wire these 2 pieces of leather together, just at the end there. And it'll keep them together while the glue sets, because you need to leave this for a little while. And I've used the wrong size one for the 2, but it doesn't matter. And you can put your glue in there, and then you would just leave that to set. And this takes a couple of hours, about an hour, this one. But if you use a quicker drying glue, you'll be off quicker. Yeah. Because this one's a gel glue, so it's a little bit longer drying. So that's how you would make your charm bracelet and attach all your jump rings and everything to that one. So it's a really simple technique, and you get to choose whichever version of the charm bracelet you want. So you might want to put the sun on the centre of there, you might want to change it and just have all silver charms, you might want to put all your gold charms on there. You can do lots of different things with it. So that's how we did the little charm bracelet, and it's so easy.
So that's your charm bracelet. Yes. But you've made lots more jewellery than that within this range. Where are we moving to next?
We're moving to using... Which one do you want to do?
Oh, go on, tell me where I'm going.
I was going to do the necklace with the 3 veils.
Lovely.
And again, quite a simple technique, but something people may not have thought about using the veils for, something I hadn't thought about using them for.
So underneath here you've got a wire, actually I'll turn it the other way around.
Yeah.
Look, if I do that, there you can see.
Like a knot. Like a sort of...
Good idea, isn't it? Like a Celtic knot almost.
Yes. And it's a knot for people who can't tie knots.
Liking that.
Yeah.
Keeping it basic.
Keeping it good. We like knots for people who can't tie knots. Because some people, you know, you look at doing Chinese type knots and things and you think, oh, gets complicated. Left over, right, and through that little gap, and no, it's a nice easy one. So I've taken 3 lengths of my leather cord, and they're slightly longer than I want them for my neckline piece, because I'm going to lose some of the length in tying the knot. And again, it doesn't matter if it's a bit shorter, because you can always add a little bit of chain into the back, which is what I did on that one. I didn't quite get my length correct, and so I literally added a little bit of additional chain in there. So what you can do is you basically put one of your charm holders in the centre of the 3 cords. Then what you're going to do is you're going to is take the 3 ends back through and form a loop. There we go. It's a bit curly at this point. It will straighten out the more you work the leather. It does sort of straighten itself out. So can you see? I move my cord ends out the way. I've just got a loop. Don't panic about it all being the same length, because that actually creates the detail when being different lengths. Then what you're going to do is on one side, either your left or your right, is add on a charm carrier. Then you're going to bring your cords up through the loop you've just created, like that. So I've gone through the loop and up into the middle, and then I'm going to take all 3 cords through the original charm carrier, like so, all 3 through, and then through the second cord carrier as well. So fingers and thumbs. I apologise, I'm shaking today. I don't normally. Don't know why. Isn't that weird? There we go. And that's going to create your second loop. Okay, so now I've got 2 loops, and my charm carriers are all at the front, facing that way. And you're going to do the same on the opposite side. So you're going to add your charm carrier on to your tails, come up from underneath and through the centre. And we're going to take all 3 tails. And this is where it can be a little bit tricky, because you've got a lot of leather now through the centre one. Say, Give it time and patience. You might need to put 1 piece through at a time. Oh, it's behaving itself. I've got all 3 through. And pull that through, and bring your charm carrier up to the top, and take your tails through that one, like that, and then pull that. And what you need to do is to take some time at home just to pull these and get the tension right and get your tails right, but it will come to the point where you have a knot. Yeah. And you have it whichever, whether you want it a larger knot or a smaller knot, but you'll have your leather cord knots, and then you can just add your little charms on just with a little head pin. I'll just use some of the pyrite that I have for my challenge. Yeah. Because it works brilliantly being a gold coloured gemstone against the leather. I think it's just, to me, that's a match made in heaven, that sort of real vintage metallic look. And I've just basically cut the tail of my head pin to about 1 centimetre to create my loop. Top of my flat nose pliers, wrap it round, create my loop, and then I will use my flat pliers to open that loop, the same as a jump ring, and then I can add it onto my little charm in the
Tell you what would look great with those pyrite drops that we've just done.
Yes.
We did a pyrite drop.
So there you end up with your little charm in the middle.
Yeah, that's
and
lovely.
You can add chain, charms, whatever you want to
that.
You name it. Because you've got your 3 carriers, so you could add lots of loops of chain. You could add chain onto here, onto the. So it's just a real good foundational piece. That's a nice, easy.
I know that one, and I like the way that you've added in the chain at the back. I know that you said that you'd done it based on the length that you wanted to create, but actually, I really like the result of that look.
Again, it's mixing those medias, it's
the black
mixing
and the
metal
gold
and leather together and bringing extra gold into the piece.
Yeah, it really works.
So
for
happy
me.
accidents happen with jewellery making, and I think, you know, sometimes you'll make a piece too short and you think, oh, yeah, but actually then it just changes the piece and it just really brings it into a different league. Right,
next up.
On to the next one. Lots of little techniques in this kit, which is great. I love. Which one would you like next?
You tell me where you want to go.
Shall we do the
bracelet?
Yes, we do the knots.
Yes. Now
I've been asked a lot about these knots.
Yes, that's because I've been wearing my bracelet all the time, and I keep on getting asked, how do I make it? Yes. I am so very much aware of the fact that if I learn this, I will be literally making bracelets for all of my friends. Yes. Every time I wear my leather bracelet that you made me a few weeks ago, I get comments after comments. I would be a millionaire if I got paid a tenner every time somebody would say, "Where'd you get that from? Can you make me
give
one?"
You some business cards, aren't I?
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Okay, so this is a simpler version of the version I made for you with the 2 pieces, the 2 tones of leather. Yeah. But then we've added the charms in, and I've also added a gemstone button clasp at the back, because that was one of the things that I think you mentioned. It was sometimes the clasp felt like it was a little loose, but it wasn't.
No.
So I've added a gemstone button clasp onto the back, which I quite like. It could be your favourite gemstone, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So to start with, you need about a meter's worth of the leather. And don't worry if you cut too much on this, because anything that's left over will go to make the earrings.
Brilliant.
Any cuts off. So don't worry about that. And what I'm going to do is, in the end of it, I'm going to tie an overhand knot. And depending on what gemstone you're going to use for your button, it will need to fit through the loop on there.
Yep.
Okay, so just depending on what size gemstone you're going to use, you'll need to make sure it can fit through. So just once you've got the knot tied, just check you can get that through. It should be a little bit tight because you don't want it to come undone. Okay, and then all I'm going to do is I'm going to literally attach that through my macrame board, or if you've got a clipboard or a bulldog clip or something like that, just because I want to have both hands free for knotting. And the knot is actually quite simple. What you do is, you're going to do a right hand one, then a left hand one. So with the right hand tail, you're going to form a loop going clockwise, and you're going to put it over the left hand one, so you have almost like a circle over your left hand thread.
Yep.
Then with the tail of the left hand thread, you're going to cross over the tail of the one that's just formed the loop. You're going to go, the easiest way to remember is over, under, so going through that little A shape at the top there, and then this piece here we're going to go under and back over. And I'm just going to hold that still for you so you can see.
So you can see Spaghetti Junction.
So there's my original loop.
Yeah, go back on that, Sarah. Rewind.
Okay.
Right.
So there's my loop, which I formed going clockwise. So
Yeah.
I'm going clockwise round.
Uh-huh.
And I've got a tail.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to try and keep my hands out of the way. The tail of the left hand one, the one that hasn't got any loops or anything in, crosses over the tail of the one that made the circle.
Yeah.
You've got like a little A shape. You need to go through and up that one.
Yeah.
So I've gone through and up.
I'm with you.
And then this line in the circle, you go under and back up. So under and back up.
Can I just ask, whoever made this up, whoever actually thought of this knot, they must have been really, really bored.
Trust me, I found another tutorial on how to do this, and I looked at it and I couldn't even do it, and I just thought, crikey, this one is the easiest one I've found to do this. So the easiest technique. Now, if you pull your tails, can you see? That's what the knot in the larger format now.
So clever.
So there's your knot in the larger format. Now the easiest way to tighten your knots up is, you'll notice you've got these threads coming down into the knot. If you grab one of them and pull the crossover up to the top, you'll notice you have two threads crossing over. If I pull that a little bit, again, you can see the knot still there. So you hold this and pull these two threads up that cord that's coming down, and that's what allows you to tighten up the knot. If you try and tighten it up and just sort of, you have to be quite firm with it. Don't panic, it will come out of shape and you'll think, oh my goodness, it doesn't look like my knot anymore. It's not going to come untied, so just literally be a little bit forceful. And again, pull. And you'll end up with a smaller version.
That's so clever.
So that's the right hand version.
Yeah.
I've got the small version in. Now I'm going to do the left hand version.
Okay.
So I formed the knot with my right hand one. I'm now going to form the knot, but going in the opposite direction. So I'm going anti-clockwise with my left hand cord to form the loop. That way.
Yep.
Okay. And I've still got my cord going over. Now, because I'm going on the left hand side, this tail needs to go to the left. So it's going to go over the one we formed the loop
So does
with.
that need to be, do I need to have that as a line so I know where? Do it again for me. Right, so there's my line.
It's not helpful that it's a bit curly.
No.
So I'm going to form a circle.
Yeah,
with my
there's my line. Okay,
my
now I'm
line.
with you. Yeah.
This one.
Yeah. Going to go to me A.
It's going to go
Letter
to the
A.
left hand side.
Yeah.
Over the tail. Into the A.
Yeah. Which is there.
Which is there.
There you go,
And
miss.
then we need to go
down and up. But that line has to be over.
Yeah, so I need to make sure I'm over my cord. So I've got my line in my circle.
Yeah.
I go down and up. And if I pull,
there's, you got it.
There we go. And that makes your left-hand version. And literally, you will carry on going. Some people have said, oh, I'm getting it with these a bit lopsided. If you just pay attention to how much gap you've got between each one here, in between each version, and make sure that these are of a similar size going down, so don't make that one smaller and that one bigger, you'll get a good line coming
just
down.
To clarify, you can get all of these tutorials on YouTube, so if you've watched that and gone, oh, I need to see that again about 20 times like me, then you can do so on YouTube. So it will be available after the show. We'll put that on YouTube for you so that you have access to that to play it again. Now, as an alternative to the black cord, how about the blue? How about going for, or matching them up together? I mean, black and blue would be great together, actually. Would be very nice for my outfit, I'm suggesting. In
with
fact,
the flower, yes.
With the flower, I mean, with that look, that would be perfect now, wouldn't it? You've got here your turquoise blue leather cord, and we have got a deal for you on this one. If you want it, it's yours for the taking. Today, we've got a deal. We have got a deal. Now then, just as we're finishing off, we've created the whole link.
Yes.
And to finish it all off, a simple knot.
Right, to finish it all off, I'm going to take it off there. And what I did was I just tied an overhand knot to anchor everything at the bottom. And that will create a place for me to be able to anchor my gemstone button in as well. So just an overhand knot, and do, you know, work the knots up to each other with your fingers, because leather is a natural material. It's got a spring to it, so it wants to unspring itself from the knot. So just make sure that's tied, and because it's a natural material, it also, once you get it tight, it hangs onto itself brilliantly. It's just getting it there to that point where it wants to hang on. And then I'm going to use this gemstone here. And I'm just literally going to use, I'll use a little bit of whatever I've got 0.6 here, just depending on whatever wire you happen to have at home. It really won't matter. If I find my clippers, that would be helpful. There they are, hiding. These zebras, you see, they keep hiding everywhere. And literally all I did was take my wire through my gemstone, and then what I do with that is, if I move that out of the way, is I just literally fold it back over the gemstone completely, in the opposite direction, that piece of wire, just fold it right over, and then do the same in the opposite direction with the other piece of wire. So you end up with this crossover effect on the back. Okay, so you've got two pieces of wire crossing over the back. With your flat pliers, or with your fingernail, you just want to kick one of them up to a right angle. So this is going to allow us to then wrap around that. So if I hold it the other way, I get my fingers and thumbs out of the way, and literally I'm going to take the other piece and wrap it. And that starts me being able to create a wrapped loop around there. Okay, you see I've just got a little wrap in there. Not the world's neatest, but you're not going to see it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my button and I'm going to anchor it around that little A I've got at the bottom of that.
Here.
Yes. Yep. And that knot's going to help me, because that's going to allow me to anchor my wire. And all I'm going to do is take it up and back through that little A, keep my tails out of the way, and just anchor my button in place, and take it up and anchor it. And then once you've got that button in place, you can play around with how you want it to be, and just wrap your wires around the bottom of the base of your button, and it's anchored on.
And so, literally, it's just a case of having it. If I profile this, then you can see. So you've locked it on.
Yes.
And you've still given it a bit of a tower of wire, so that you've still got that.
And you've still got your knot there as well, and the tails from your leather as almost like a little finishing touch. And because you've got only the leather against your skin, you've got no wire against your skin, it's really soft.
And just along the way, you've then added in the charm.
I did 4 knots, left, right.
Yeah.
Then on one side, on one piece of the leather, I just added one of the gold charms, the little sun charm on a jump ring. That's a little jump ring there,
yes,
and then another little charm next to it just to hold it, to stop it swishing around as you're wearing it. It gives it a little bit more hold. And again, those charms hold onto the leather, stops it moving around.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Just a really beautiful bracelet.
Just to let you know that the 5 metres of aqua blue leather cord is available to you. Our graphics are having a little bit of a moment with themselves, but your price tag on this leather cord, you can see there, UVGP 97 is the cord. Your price tag for the 5 metres, am I allowed to even do that? No wonder the computer's not putting it on air. No wonder the computer won't want to show us. Dion, say the price again, because I don't want to say it and then get into trouble. Yeah, £1.95. 5 metres of leather cord for £1.95.
That's not the normal price.
Right, computer is literally struggling to not surprising, the computer is struggling to compute this. 5 metres of leather cord we're doing for £1.95. If you want to join us, apologies, the computer won't show you the price because it's probably having some kind of moment with itself. But the code is UVGP97. It's yours for the taking. A leather cord, 5 metres for £1.95. You can join us on the phone lines or join us on the web. We've got plenty of other chances for you to join us. It's trade show here today and plenty more to look forward to with the lovely Drew straight after this break, so don't go anywhere. Remember, you've got that fantastic DVD to talk about as well. Take care.
There are 2 easy ways to purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview or FreeSat and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click the sign up button. Once you have filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the On Air Now button on the front page. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, you simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget that you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker. We all know you need the right tools for the job, so here at JewelleryMaker we have designed a kit to make sure you have all the essentials to join in with the fun. With round nose, flat nose and wire cutter pliers, as well as a reamer, tweezers and a bead scoop, you've got everything you need in one place for just $9.95. We provide the tools, you provide the skills. If you have a question or query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Buying jewellery online from us has just become even easier with our new streamlined checkout service. We've made some little changes to make our website more accessible for all of the different ways you shop online, and now it's even easier using a mobile phone or tablet. Once you have added your items to your shopping basket, you can decide to check out now or save for later. Saving an item for later means you can easily find them in your own time, but don't forget to check back soon, as all our items are selling fast. One of just a few changes that will make buying jewellery from us even easier.
Us on JewelleryMaker as we count down the days until Christmas. Stay tuned to see perfect Christmas gifts for all your friends and family at prices you won't believe. And what's more, anything you buy can be refunded or exchanged until the 31st of January. So for hassle-free shopping and great value, it has to be JewelleryMaker.
Hi, well, I'm not Vicki. No, I'm not. Sorry, I can't do accents in case you don't know. I'm Drew Nichols. I'm here for the next few hours. Thank you very much to Vicki for giving me an hour off. I've been on the lounge, been hanging out in the lounge, and now I'm gonna hang out with Sara. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm good.
Hell, Sara, I love her. We've been discussing my facial hair in the break. Yep. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I gave her a little peck on the cheek when I come in and scratched her. But it's not manly.
Not real stubble though. It's quite soft.
I'm quite soft.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm quite soft. Where's my flower? That's what I want to know, Dion. I did notice that Vicki had a flower on her when she left. Sarah's got a flower. Where's my flower?
Oh.
Do you know what I mean? It's a little bit of a flowerist. Yeah. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to get covered in glitter, aren't I? Right, we're going to start off. We're having a few graphic issues. It's me. It's me, isn't it? Every single time I come on this channel, the graphics break. But we're going to have a bit of a relaunch of a DVD that myself and Mark did. I feature rather heavily in this DVD. Yeah, some good one-liners. Thank you very much, Claire, Director Claire. Off the cuff, that's what I get paid for, one-liners. It's a DVD featuring the great designer that is Mark, and he's done some great pieces to inspire you for gents jewelry. We decided that we do some gents jewelry pieces because it's a little bit thin on the ground, the men's jewelry, isn't it?
It is, and it's one of those ones when you get asked to make a piece of jewellery for a man, it's thinking caps on time. So
well, especially as ladies, you're used to doing ladies' jewellery, of course, ladies' colours.
Yes.
So I think the DVD is great for inspiration on colours and different pieces to use. Sorry, what was that, Claire? Oh yes, well it's makes for men, by the way. I wanted to call it men behaving badly, but they wouldn't let us call it men behaving badly for obvious reasons. Do you want to have a quick look at that? There we go, and have a look at see what's on the DVD. Leather. You know that's like a 7 bad song titles. That isn't it? Introduction. That's the Slipknot. Isn't that a band? Railroad bracelet. Leather and metal. Bit of a heavy number, leather and metal, that one. But what would Mark be, the guitarist or the drummer?
I think he'd be a guitarist.
I think he'd be a guitarist. Yeah. I think he'd be a guitarist. But if you like the DVDs, the railroad bracelets. Absolutely love those railroad bracelets. They look fantastic. There's a lot of hematite and your metal beads being used in that as well. So makes for men. I think it was only launched yesterday. Was it
today?
Today was it?
Yes.
Today. It's a brand new film. Makes for men. Create it, wear it, and share it. We've got a few examples of jewellery from the DVD, which we're going to show you now. There's a few on the front there actually, but there's some. What I love about these is they look so intricate and hard to do, but the technique, it's really simple techniques into the. You know a lot of these techniques as well, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah. I mean, the techniques, just depending on what gemstones and what base materials you use, change the look of the pieces. Yeah. So we've just done some pieces with the leather, so you could change some of these designs and use a different gemstone and a different base material and completely change the look. So having those basic techniques allows you to then just do and let your creativity run with those techniques. I
have found that because I'm fairly new to JewelleryMaker. I've probably done about 4 or 5 shows on JewelleryMaker, and I have noticed that a lot of the techniques sort of intermingle with each other, and the techniques are quite repetitive, but the amount of jewellery you can make with very few little techniques. Do you know what I liken it to? I liken it to playing the guitar, strangely enough, because you learn little tricks on the guitar and you join them all together to make one incredible piece of music, or you can use 1 or 2 to make quite a simple piece. So it's all about increasing your repertoire of techniques. So even though it makes for men, there's going to be techniques in there which is great for you ladies as well. So you can adapt for your colours, ladies. Obviously, some of the ladies are going to like the black leather and the black wire work on that as well. But yeah, definitely adapting for more feminine colours in there. But lots of great techniques, really great techniques on there. Makes for Men DVD. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. How much are we doing this for? Do you know what? You get, what is it, about 45 minutes long, something like that, the DVDs? About 45 minutes long.
They're nearly an hour normally, yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So.
It was me and Mark, so it's probably 45 minutes long, Sarah, really. You know?
That's it. Need to go for a cup of tea.
Yeah. A great price on this, and it's just going to increase the ideas that you have. And some beautiful, beautiful pieces of jewellery as well. £4.95, I'm being told. £4.95 for that. So, and it really is, as cheesy as this line is, it's the gift that keeps on giving because you learn the techniques and you keep on going, don't you?
And you rewatch them as well.
So £4, we have a price. The graphics are working. We have a price. I'd like a drum roll for that as well, please. Did we get a price on for that last piece that Vicki done? Did we know? We'll bring that back on shortly for you if you missed out on that. I think it was something like something ridiculous, like under £2, wasn't it?
I think it was
£1.95 for that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we're going to try and get that on later, a little bit later on as well if we can, and show it. That's up to Dion, who's driving the show, the driving force behind the show this afternoon. Right. So that is your Makes for Men. Launched today, so brand spanking new today for that. And like I say, lots of different techniques, lots of great pieces of jewellery in there. I actually walked off with a couple of pieces from there. Paula, if you're watching, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. No. So I hope you've had a great day. I hope you had a great morning. I've had a fantastic morning this morning in the lounge. I've had lots of people texting in. Maybe you're joining me from the lounge this morning. I'm sure I've had a few people that are coming in and doing the jewellery making as well. Remember, we do gem collection on the lounge as well. So 8 o'clock and 6 o'clock. So if you want some of the genuine gemstones. I
was watching this morning.
I have noticed a lot of jewellery makers coming in actually. So,
yeah, I mean, great place to get your gemstones for doing your wire wrap techniques and things like that, because they're undrilled. And you have quite a few sort of larger gemstones as well for beginners coming in, the bigger pieces. And then
the sets, we've got the new collections in as well. So there's some,
they're amazing if you do sell jewellery as well, to have those collector sets, because then you can show people all of those gemstones that you stock and then talk about them. And I know a lot of people do a talk when they do like a house sale. If they go do a house party, a jewellery party, they do a talk at the beginning talking about the gemstones, a little bit of history, a little bit about sort of the myths and legends behind gemstones, and having those collector sets to be able to show and hand round and show people the gemstones.
It's nothing like actually having the gemstones in your hand, is it? Yeah, fascinating. So gorgeous. Right, Dion saying, get on with it, Drew. Get on with it. Box number what? Box number 17. We have here, so I'm not used to having my, I'm not doing jewellery, so I don't need to put my ring on the other finger, do I? Look at that. That's mix and match time. I'm going to make out like I know what that means, but I'm assuming it means you mix and match some pieces. So is it lots of individual deals that you can join together to make yourself some lovely, lovely pieces of jewellery. You have here your peach cultured pearls. So this is formed by a little mother of pearl bead being placed within the oyster. If we didn't have cultured pearls, the price of pearls would be astronomical. I think it's something like 1 in 1,000 oysters actually has a natural pearl in it. This is still, I suppose you could say naturally forming, but a little bit of a helping hand to Mother Nature, because the nucleus or the center of the pearl is a little shell bead or mother of pearl bead, and the oyster continues the work by a layer upon layer upon layer of nacre around, and you end up with your classic pearl look with those lovely, lovely orients. When you look over the top of the gem, because you've got different tiny layers, it's a bit like looking at a bubble when you blow you know, the bubbles out of the soap water, and you get that lovely little iridescence, that rainbow of colours. That's what we talk about when we talk about the orient of the pearl. So as you look over the top of the pearl, over the horizon of the pearl, you can just start to see stunning little hues of colours within there as well. I mean, it's I think it's a staple of any jewellery maker's kit, really, when you're looking at these. And we've got some fantastic opportunities, some fantastic prices for you. When you look at the strand here, if I do a quick count, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. So there's over 50 pearls over 50 pearls. And when you add that up to jewellery, I mean, your earrings, if you've got a single pair of earrings with a drop pearl in, you know, you're looking at 25 pairs of earrings if you're looking at single pearls as a drop. So, I mean, you've got a piece of jewellery here in the strand itself, haven't you? Because you've just got a classic pearl bracelet or necklace.
I mean, if you wanted to take that, take the pearls, make the front of a neckline piece, so it's like a half neckline piece. Go enough then for a bracelet and a pair of earrings. You could put chain around the back of the neckline piece. And you'd be able to make a full set of jewellery out of that single strand.
I mean, and they're just so versatile, aren't they? And two left over for a pair of earrings as well.
Well, you need to have two left over for a pair of earrings, and someone will always ask you about them, so keep two spare and say, I've made a set for you as a gift. Because you always get asked about a set of jewellery that you're wearing, and you can say, oh, you know, I can give you this little set of earrings. And they're great to have like pearl earrings as stocking fillers, or those unexpected gifts for someone who just pops around and you forgot it was their birthday, their anniversary, whatever reason that you need a gift. Having a pair of earrings ready, just a great little gift.
You know what we call that in our house, Sarah?
What's that?
The present drawer.
Oh, yes.
The present drawer. Look at that. That'd be great for the present drawer. We need a present garage at our house, I think. We've got quite a well-stocked present drawer, obviously with lots of goodies. So if you ever need a present, come to my house. £11.95. They are 8x7 to 10x7 millimeters on those. A string of pearls for £11.95, and we're going even lower. I'll tell you, £8.95. £8.95. Every single one, and it's the uniqueness of every single one of these pearls. This is what I love about jewelry. This is what I love about gemstones, about genuine gemstones, is every single one. I mean, they're all obviously quite similar, but every one is just slightly different to the next. As I just roll that round, you can see the lovely oval shape of the pearls there. They are just beautiful, and that lovely peachy colour as well. Peachy, it's almost like a golden peachy colour on that. It's not sort of your classic pinky peach. It's a real sort of golden hue to that, and also just little the way the colour works on the peaches is on the pearls as well. Because in between each, because the way the light works, when you stick two of these pearls together, it actually goes, because the light falls on the orient of the pearl on the centre, you get the darker peach tones in between each of the pearls. So if you're not going to set these with a little spacer bead or something in between, you get that lovely dark colour in between each. So again, even though the pearls you're looking at here are one colour, you get different colour tones within the one single pearl. And that's the beauty of genuine gemstones. That's why we love genuine gemstones. You know, like I say, a little bit of a helping hand, a little bit of a mother of pearl bead placed into the oyster. But again, like I say, about 1 in 1,000, something like that, are genuine pearls. So astronomical prices for those. $8.95, and you get approximately 50 pearls. That's good. That's good. Now on my desk. Ooh, brand new. Oh, I don't normally get brand new pieces, Sarah. I don't normally get. I don't normally get brand new pieces. I don't always break the graphics. It's not my fault. Not my fault. New in. Have a look at this. Now again, if you've got the, because this is the sort of piece as well that you could use in the sort of, excuse me, a lot of the Mates for Men bracelets that we were doing. This sort of piece, this sort of cube. Do you call them cube or squares? Oh, see, Dion, keeping you on your toes, Dion. Have I broken them again? Should we just have a game of cards, Sarah? Yeah. We just have, oh, why not? Why not? So you've got these lovely rainbow hematite cubes. See, I was there. Oh, pyrite. Sorry, rainbow pyrite, and you've got these wonderful colours of the greens. So you've got sort of your emerald greens there, and you've got these wonderful amethyst purples on every single. I'd like a design, I think, with these that allows them to move, allows them to rotate, because the different colours on the different sizes are going to get shown then, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, if you put them into a bracelet, they'll naturally, if it's a looser bracelet, they'll naturally rotate as the bracelet moves up and down the arm. Okay. But also you could
make a piece, like if you made a neckline piece, and you could face them all so they were all purple on one side,
yeah,
all green on the other, so you could flip it.
Oh yeah, nice. Yeah.
Wear it different day, different way around.
2 necklaces for the price of 1.
Oh yes.
Reversible jewellery. Reversible. We like. Do you know what? We should do a DVD on that reversible jewellery.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you like that?
I like that.
All right. There's my idea. That's my. If anyone else comes up with that idea, Dion, it's my idea. That. All right. Sarah helped. Okay. But Sarah, all right, Claire. Sarah gave me the main idea, maybe in the end. If it sounds like I'm filling, I am, because the graphics are broken again. I think we are going to end up having a game of cards. Are we broken again? Are we broken again, Dion? Should we go and have a chat with Sarah and see what she's doing over there? It looks very interesting. It looks very interesting with Sarah. Shall I have a wander over to Sarah? Oh, I thought she was talking to me. She's on the phone. I'm like, I thought you'd been drinking. Oh. Come on, let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look. Oh, hang on, we have to wait. We're going to go and make some stuff. I like that. I like that. Claire, I'm going to walk casually now. Okay. Broken the graphics. You've broken the graphics. I'm so sorry.
I'll give you a sneaky peek of my challenge then, shall I?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I've got this beautiful pyrite set of beads. Golden coated pyrite for my challenge, nice. Which are lovely.
I don't think I've seen those, but do you have them very often?
Do you know what? We don't get them as often as I'd like, because I love the fact that you get, in this set, you get 3 different sizes as well. You get the faceted smaller ones, then you get a plain medium size, and then you get a plain larger one. So they're absolutely brilliant for mixing and matching together. And I think, you know, when you've got different gemstones of the same quality, same tone, same colours like this, it's great to have those different size pieces and they'll be able to mix and match them together. So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm making a neckline piece, and as everyone knows me, I love flowers. Love flowers. I'm going to be looking at flowers coming up in a little bit.
I need to rub it in, Sarah. I didn't get a flower.
I've got one in my bag.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Have you? I can't believe you brought a spare flower.
Oh yeah, it's on my security pass. There you go.
For divas like me. There you go. Remind me to give it back to you, yeah?
There you go.
All right.
It's a little wilted, that one, because it's been in my bag. That's it.
I feel complete now.
You feel complete?
I feel complete.
Lovely. I'm so happy.
Brings out the red in my eyes.
Oh. And what I'm doing is I'm making some little wire flowers for my neckline piece. So I'm going to show you how to.
Have you made that freehand?
I've used the little
I've not seen
jig.
this tool. I've not seen this tool before.
This is a little tool called a jig, and it comes with lots of different pegs. It comes with these larger pegs, these rounds, and it also comes with some smaller pegs. And you basically can wrap your wire around the pegs to create uniform looks, or flowers in my case. I'm going to show you quickly how to make one of these lovely little flowers. They are so easy, and I get asked so many times how you make these, and so I'm going to show you. What you need to do is you need to set your pegs so that they're like a little figure of 8, almost. There we go. So if you imagine when we wrap the wire around, we're going to go around.
So do you get different sizes of those, do you?
We do. You get a smaller version of the round peg, of this large peg, and then you get a lot of little smaller pegs as well.
Oh, okay, yep.
And those you can lay them out, and you can make chandelier earring finders by wrapping the wire around the pegs in circles and various different things. And we also do a metal version of this as well.
Okay, the information's on the screen for the plastic wire wrapping jig.
Brilliant.
There we go, that's where you go. Oh, there's all the little pegs there.
There's all the little pegs, you see. Okay, so what I've done is I've literally just taken my wire through one of the holes and tucked it underneath the jig. That's just going to be like my little anchor. Can you see what little anchor is down there? And then what I'm going to do is with my tail, is I'm going to put my jig flat on the table.
Can I just ask, is that, would you need to leave any more of that? Is that depending on what you're making, or?
When you finish your flower, you'll have these tails left, and these are going to allow you to add some gemstones onto the front just to hide the middle of the flower, and the working, as you can see, the working in the centre is a little bit messy.
Is this a piece on its own that you then attach to another piece of jewellery?
This will then probably attach to a base neckline piece, or a bracelet, or a hair comb. Or, so the tails again are brilliant for being able to add and attach those to your base. If you haven't got enough, you can always put another piece through the centre because it'll be hidden under your gemstones in the middle.
Right, yep.
And these are great. They hide a multitude of sins. I love pieces that do that. And all I'm going to do with my piece of wire is I'm literally going to wrap.
What wire gauge is this that you're using?
This is a 0.6. You can do 0.4, but you'll end up with a really fine, almost will-o'-the-wisp flower.
Right, okay.
You can use 0.8. It'll be a little bit more structural, and your petals you may be able to stand the petals up a little bit more to give you more of that sort of like chrysanthemum feeling where the petals come in.
Yep.
So you know, choose whichever wire, and you can do this in multicolours of wires, so you can do 2 pieces of wire at the same time.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, really. It's just a really great base technique. And all you do is wrap your wire around the pegs on the jig in a figure of 8 configuration. So you just keep your fingers on top of the wires because they'll want to ping off, and you literally just keep going in a figure of 8, round and round and round until you end up with a good amount of petals. And then I'll just do a little bit. Well, it'll be a skeleton of a flower. So I've cut my tail off. And what I'm going to do with that tail is I'm going to go underneath the centre to anchor all of those petals.
Oh, I see, yep.
So it's going to go underneath the centre.
It will go underneath the centre.
It will
go underneath.
And then do it one more time just to make sure you've gone underneath all of those wires.
Do you ever get angry at your wire?
No, because you get angry at it, it doesn't do what you want it to do even more then. It's one of those materials that...
Do you have wire rage?
I think somebody might. I don't get cross about anything, me. I don't get raged about things. I might do in a second though, this is not going to come off my jig now. I'll just take the peg out.
It's my fault. It's completely my fault.
There's a good thing about the pegs actually, they do stay in the jig because what you want is them to hold the wire, so you don't want them to keep popping out, so it's quite good that they do that.
Have we got this wire that Sarah's using at the moment, or
use those ones?
We've got a couple of options of wire here for you. Which are we going to put these prices on screen while Sarah's showing this? So we've got a couple of options for the wire that you can use. This is copper coloured wire, 0.4 millimetres.
Perfect.
And your pink, so you can make a pink.
You know, if you mix the two together, it gives it a really gorgeous tone.
And if you mix the two together, you get a good, oh yeah. Again, I like the way the pink's shining on the copper. So we'll quickly put those two prices up for you while Sarah's running through this as well. So if you've got the jig already, or maybe you've just bought the jig and you want some wire to use on it, those prices will be coming up while we're going through this.
So what you'll end up with is an unpromising sort of bow-like shape, and yours will have a lot more figures of 8 than this one.
Okay.
So you basically want to go around probably about 20 times. So you'll have lots more figures of 8, lots more wire going around, layers. And then what you do is you start to fan out the flowers, the petals. And you'll notice some will be at the top and some will be at the bottom. And what I normally do is the ones at the bottom go one way and the ones at the top go the other way. And you can literally just fan them out like that. So you can see that's one side done already. So
see, again, it creates something that's so intricate and so delicate and looks so difficult to make. But if you've got all the right equipment, it's so easy.
So that's your flower with all the petals fanned out. So you see the difference between having one that's got lots and one that hasn't got lots. But if you want to, what you can do is you can layer them up, different colours on top of each other, put them sort of on a piece where they're like going like that, so you end up with lots and lots of different pieces along the neckline. So once you've got this technique, again, as you said, techniques are your building blocks for your jewellery making.
We're going to try and get that price down for you. See if the graphics work. Can I just had a would you ever, as you're wrapping around the pegs, would you ever put like a little bead on the top of each?
You could add, you know, if you've got some of the smaller beads, the 3mm beads, you could add those on as long as the wire will go through them. You could add a bead onto each petal. You could also...
The price has just gone down, by the way, £9.95 for the coloured copper. That's that one there. 100 metres of the coloured copper there. 100, oh, for the pink, there we go. I knew that. I'm here a week. For the pink coloured copper, that is 100 metres there for £9.95. So it's going to last you a very, very long time. So if you did put a bead on the petal, how would you stop it
Right.
Could you put a little spot of glue or something on there? Do you use glue?
You could use glue. We could use the glue. We had.
Is that a swear word?
No,
glue.
No, definitely
Glue's all
not.
right. Glue's all right.
Glue's a saving grace with lots of things when you just need them just to stay put.
Yeah.
Because, and you know, we do on the website have lots of glue, and I know there was glue on the earlier show, on the morning show, so it should hopefully be on the website. They'll be able to see them.
Okay.
And no, you could glue them into place, just a little drop, and then put the bead over. And where you put the little drop of glue, move the bead over it, and then the glue will go inside the channel of the bead and then glue it on. So it's a really easy way to do it. So you put the glue just before and then slide the bead over it, and then that will do it. To add the beads into the centre, I've got my 2 tails of wire, and what I would do is take one tail through one way, one tail through in the opposite direction. Hopefully they'll both go through. I'm all fingers and thumbs today.
I make you nervous, Sarah. That's what it is.
I'll use a bigger bead. There we go. I hadn't actually tried to see if I can get 2.6 wires through that one. Okay, so I've got the bead on there, and what you need to do is just gently coax the wires down, and you'll end up with the flower in the centre like that.
That's gorgeous.
And what I would probably do is make a small gizmo coil and just take it around the centre of that bead, just to create like a bezel almost for the bead, so that you don't see the bead protruding full height like it is there.
Right.
Then these pieces I would take back through underneath the flower and then allow that to create an anchor.
I like that. That's just it's so simple but so effective, isn't it?
I've done necklaces before where I've had 3 different colours of wire. So I've had the gold, copper, silver on a neckline pieced together. And they look brilliant, mixing and matching all the different colours of metals together. But you've got, you know, there's fantastic, you know, the pink and the copper together would look amazing.
Well, we've got some. Apparently, we've got a text in on screen. It always worries me. Oh, there it is. I was waiting for it to come up. I can never read that camera. I go, oh, there it is up there. Hi all at JM, just a quick text to let you know that I've just received the jewellery that Natalia made on Tuesday. Sarah had posed a series of questions which I got right and won the beautiful jewellery. I'm absolutely delighted with it. Thank you JM, Sarah, and especially Natalia. That's Elizabeth.
It wasn't me, it was a different Sarah.
Oh, was it?
It was a different Sarah.
Oh, it was a
presenter Sarah.
Oh, well.
But yes, I saw that.
Well,
she got some absolutely fantastic jewellery from that competition.
Yeah.
So I'm very jealous. I'm glad it arrived
well
safely.
done, congratulations. We like a winner. We're all winners. We're all winners on Jewellery. Right, I need to submit. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sarah, ladies and gentlemen, do the copper wire first. Hang on, copper wire first. There you go. There we go. That is 0.4 of 100 metres of your copper wire. We're going to get a price on that. There it is there. Someone spent a lot of time on that picture. Someone spent a lot of time on that picture, Sarah. Someone spent no time on the graphics because they're not working again.
Oh no.
Do you know what? I could have a piece of A4 paper.
You can.
We could just write it.
Just write it on, can't we?
You can get a flip chart. Steve loves flip charts. We should get a flip chart. Give me a piece of paper and I'll just write it down. Okay. Oh, hang on. Dion's saying, give me a. Oh. And we might just stop there. That might be all you get. That might be. Now then, it should be £14.95. £8.95. Because we're having a few problems with the graphics, Dion's decided to go a little bit crazy on the prices. Do you want me to go back to the hematite? Yeah, I wander back to the hematite. So I won't disappear without a camera operator. I learnt that last time. I walked off, Sarah, last time. There was no one on the camera. Oh, no. I'm used to working in the lounge, and there's we don't have anyone in the lounge. So it's anyway. Thank you, Sarah.
You're welcome.
We'll be back with Sarah later on to check out what she's doing with her golden balls. Now then, hematite, my cubes. Why do I keep saying? You keep saying hematite. I'm sure you do, Dion. Yeah, you do, Dion. You keep saying hematite in my ear. It wasn't me. I didn't call the wrong gemstone. It wasn't me. Well, I'm going to blame you, Dion, because you haven't got a microphone. Right, we've got here a pyrite, rainbow-coloured pyrite cubes. Lovely colours, the sort of the greens on a couple of sides, and you've got your beautiful, beautiful purples. These are, again, so versatile and big chunky looks as well. If you want that electric colour, if you love using your, like we've just seen the sort of golds and the silvers, this is just going to break up the single colours. If you're using a lot of like silvers and golds, you can have a little bit of rainbow in the centre there.
Definitely, and brilliant for tying other gemstones together as well. So you can bring other gemstones out of, you know, different tones, and it's a great one to tie them together. Okay. I love gemstones that've got that sort of multicoloured, metallic, shimmery qualities to them, because you can put them with so many other gemstones. And make your stash go. So
if you put two gemstones together and they don't look right, you can try one of these in between. It's sort of like a bridging piece. And it might just sort of tone it through for you, or you know, even if you're using a particular metal, like you're using gold, and you might just want to sort of soften it down. That will allow you to soften it down with those colours. But again, if you're putting silver with it, you might just want to warm it up a little bit. And those tones do that for you. Yeah, I mean, I love the different colours because it gives you the illusion almost of a colour change gemstone, really. When I first looked at this, again, it was like, I thought it was like an iridescent gemstone. So you were green on one side, and then as you turned the green, it turned into the purple. But you've actually got the distinct colours. In the case of these, I think you've got one side of green, and then you've got three sides of green and one side of purple on these. And it just, I mean, when they all sit together there, you get that lovely mix and match. But of course, as Sara was saying before, you can have your reversible jewellery. Look out for a DVD coming soon. If I have my way, that DVD's coming. That DVD's coming. Yeah, so two different coloured gemstones basically for the price of one. Once again, don't forget to keep checking out the website for the pieces that have gone before. And getting in, if you've missed some of the show, then you can certainly keep checking the website and see the great deals. You've got, within this piece, 350 carats. Also, it's a real dense gemstone, very dense gemstone. So, you know, when you pick up a piece of jewellery and you expect it to be a certain weight, you know, when you pick up something and it has real substance to it, real weight, and you feel it's quality, isn't it? I think a lot of times there's quality and weight of gemstones, and certainly is what you get with this here. I mean, this is probably one of the heaviest strands, certainly out of all the pieces. The price of this, do you know what? Are you sure this isn't a miss out show? Or have you just decided because there's no graphics? See, producers do this. What producers do is when things go wrong, like the graphics, see, I know because I've produced for a couple of years here, is we go, well, if anyone asks, and I'm not going to get into trouble because I can say the graphics went down. So we had to, you know, we had to keep people interested. So we just absolutely trashed the prices. Dion, do you want me to say the price? Okay, the code: A for Alpha, J for Juliet, G for Golf, P for Papa, 24, and the price is £6.95. Stand up, Sara. Stand up. £6.95. That is one of the heaviest strands that you will have. Do you know what I mean when I say about the weight of a piece of jewellery?
Yes. It feels like it's got quality to it, but it's got a weight to it.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, you know, that's an incredible weight, and great colours. That lovely metallic feel to that. I'm really sorry that we haven't got the graphics. The graphic gremlins. Do you know what? I know the conversation that's going to happen when I go upstairs. They're going to blame me again, again. They are going to blame me. I haven't touched anything. How can I'm out here. I'm out here. 0800 644 655. Do you want to give us that code again, Dee? A for Alpha, J for Juliet, G for Golf, P for Papa, 24 at £6.95. £6.95 on that. I mean, it really is a ridiculous price. I'm just going to quickly count these up. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. So again, you're looking at about 50 individual gems. 50 individual gems in that one single piece. And look at that, when you build them up. I love all those different colours. The way the different colours come in as you move, you get that real sort of a rainbow effect. Very, very, very pretty indeed. What sort of design would you do there, Sara? If you wanted to sort of, you know, do almost like a wall of cubes, like I suppose like a pendant or something?
Yeah, you can use the either the right angle weave, or you could do a brick stitch technique with the gemstones, and that will allow them to sit on top of each other and create that. The right angle weave, you could use a bead loom if you've got one. Great if you use some of your Rami techniques, they will allow them to sit like that as well. You can do some of those techniques with the cords. You can wire them into that sort of technique as well, so you've got lots of scope.
I mean, it's endless. I mean, I love that block. I don't know if you can see that. I'm holding it a bit funny, but I just love that block of colour with all the different tones and. Even
with like a fine 0.25 wire, you could go backwards and forwards through there and create almost like a loomed piece, but without a bead loom. And that would allow those to sit rowed up on the bracelet.
Of course, yeah.
And you would get, and because it's got a wire in there, it'll give it a bit of structure as well to allow it to stay
more
there.
Weight. You know,
and more weight, yes.
You'd end up like that. When you feel the weight of this when you get this home, you'll understand what I mean, because it is it's a very, 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 very weighty piece. But I love that colour. Do love those colours. So £6.95. £6.95. Oh, we may have. That's not even the right one. Right. What we go? So can they get that? Yeah. But quote. We'll try and show it to you later on as well. If you got that code, quote it down. Box number 6. Rainbow champagne quartz. Now it's a really it's a proper rainbow show, this one, isn't it? Again, a new one for me. You might have seen this before, regular jewelry makers, but this is again, you've got that iridescence, that lovely rainbow effect, but on each of the facets. I don't know if you can, hopefully you can see that there as I rotate. Oh, there we go. You can see, again, that rainbow of facets. And with that gemstone, it's not, you don't sort of expect to see the rainbow colours on each of the facets on these, do you? It's one of the, it's sort of a little hidden quality to this, because I love that subtle champagne colour in each of these too, but that little rainbow iridescence that comes off each of those pieces, beautiful. Absolutely, this is a new one on me, Sara. I've not seen this before.
It is. The coatings on some of the gemstones are so beautiful.
Yeah.
And I do want to. Some people have said, you know, oh, the coatings. I don't like the idea of a coating on a gemstone. It might come off or something like that. These techniques are jewellery-specific techniques. They don't come off the gemstone.
Yeah.
And they are just so beautiful. And I think they do enhance the natural quality of the gemstone. They really add additional beauty to the gemstone, and that additional rainbow tone in there just allows you additional scope with that gemstone as well. So you might think, do you know what, I want to put a pearl with that and allow that rainbow quality to shine off the iridescence of the pearl as well, and the pearl to shine into that gemstone. So it gives you so many qualities you can do, and you can pick some of the tones out of that rainbow effect. You might pick a pink out of it and think, actually I can't put pink and yellow together, but I can actually pick. So
we had those, you're talking about pearls, you know, that's sort of a classic combination there, isn't it? Lovely little subtle champagne peach pearls there with the champagne quartz. Very nice indeed. So if you've got the pearls from earlier on, or I'm assuming they're still available on the web, those ones, the pearls, so you can have a quick back look at those. But at the moment, we're looking at this one. Again, these are big gems, each of these. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 gemstones. Approximate counts on these, so there we go. But you'll always get 170 carats. Lovely colour. Lovely colour. 16 by 12, 11 by 5 millimeters, 18 centimetre strand. Rainbow champagne quartz. 170 carats. Absolutely incredible. £8.95. £8.95 per strand. So I mean, each of those gemstones there, you're looking at less than a, you're looking at less than £1 a gemstone for each of those, and they're big enough to be central pieces, aren't they, as well?
They are.
In a design.
And they're so beautiful that I would probably have maybe 3 in the centre of a piece of jewellery, and that's it. Just to make those 3 really count. I've had a similar strand to this. I think it was a pink quartz. And it was the most amazing strand, and I put it with moonstone because of that iridescence that was coming off it. I put it with some smaller moonstone, and it just the amount of comments I've had on that piece of jewellery. What is that gemstone? Because you can tell it's a gemstone because it's that beautiful. But what is it? Where did you get it from? Can I have it? And you're like, no, it's mine.
Well, you'll have to be quick because they're going to sell out those, I think, especially at £8.95. Box number 22. I think you're purposely choosing the furthest away boxes, aren't you, Dion, to watch me reach? Box number 22. However you want to get your kicks, Dion. This is your moonstone. Multicolour. I'm sure. Do you know what? It's my ears. It's a multicolour kunzite. Wow. A multicolour kunzite. We have your classic, of course, your purples of your kunzite. You have what's known as canary kunzite as well. You can get green kunzite there. Quite difficult to source the green kunzite, actually. You've got some nice green kunzite in here. Some big colours. And some. What I love about this as well is you have like good diaphaneity within these gems. And what that means is you've got your inclusions within these, but look at these two here. You can actually see almost Mother Nature's handiwork within these lovely little inclusions, which just make every single piece unique. If you watch Gem Collector, then you'll know that I'm a bit of a fan of inclusions. You know, I think sometimes we strive for perfection, and in gemstones, certainly a perfect gemstone, eye clean gemstone is beautiful and has its place, certainly. But I just think sometimes that the inclusions that then show a little bit of the makeup, show a little bit of where the gemstone has come from, the journey it's taken over the thousands and thousands of years that it's taken to form, and here your kunzite is just giving you that wonderful warm base colours of your cool greens, your minty greens, your lovely subtle delicate pinks of your kunzite in there as well, and mixing it up with each individual identity in each of these gems. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 individual gems. You'll get 145 carats, and the price for kunzite, I mean, beautiful pastel shades. Stunning pastel shades. £24 and 45 pence. £24 and 45 pence on that. If you would like to get that, again, take a note of the code there. Unfortunately, someone stood on the computer cord again. It wasn't me. I'm out here. You can't blame me. I'm nowhere near it. And so therefore if you want this, you can call up the call centre and quote that code at £24 and 45 pence. Has it gone down on your screen in there, Dion? So the call centre will see it at 24.45, will they? If they don't, you tell them. You tell them. Drew said. You say, I'm watching Drew, and he said £24 and 45 pence. So there we go for 145 carats. And now I'm just waiting for the phone to ring and next to Dion. And I've got all these people ringing up and telling me the price of this strand. £24.45. This is kunzite. We don't get kunzite very often. There we go. Better late than never. Better. Do you know what? It's like a bass player in a band. That is. Bass player's always late. £24.45. Sorry if you're a bass player. It's true though. Wonderful colours. £24.45. Now we're going to move on to box number 8, which again your cultured pearls, your potato pearls. Potato. You've got here. That's we have every single one again, unique ridges and naturally formed within the oyster. This is the same formation again where you get these, I mean, these are large, these are big, big, big pearls here, and you've got that orient. We were talking about the orient before, and you can see, certainly as you look over this, the rainbow of colours that you get over the top of each of these pearls, and so many in a strand as well. These are, I mean, these are big pearls. These are very, 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 very big pearls. I don't know, do we have a size? 10 by 9 millimeters. Do you know, I think the average size of a Chinese freshwater culture pearl is about 5 millimeters. So we're double that at 10 millimeters, and everyone unique, something slightly different. There's a place, I think, for your classic round pearls, simple round pearls, and there's certainly a place for these unique, beautiful, individual. I mean, there's not many, you know, there's not many things in the world, is there, Sarah, where you can say it's the only one. That pearl there is the only one that's going to look like that.
And I love the fact that these pearls will send your creativity in a different direction, because I'm looking at those stripes and striations and I'm thinking, how can I emulate that possibly with some wire?
Carry it on through the design.
Yeah, so actually use those features as part of your design. And things like that will just spark an idea. And I love the way that that happens with jewellery and with gemstones. And you might just get one that is a completely different shape, or you know, and it will just, you think, I want that one to be the focal point of my piece of jewellery because it has so much character, so much individuality that I want it to stand out. And I think one of these pearls on a simple chain, just with some fine silver.
Well, they're big enough, aren't they? I mean,
are.
10 millimeters.
They're completely statement pieces on their own. To take that one item, put it on a chain and make that one statement piece of jewellery. Can you imagine giving that to the parents of a baby on a christening and saying, for when the child grows up, this is their first pearl necklace, just on a silver chain. And when they turn sort of, you know, 10, possibly give it to the child. And that would be a beautiful gift just for them to remember that occasion and to have their first pearl necklace. Just beautiful.
I mean, they're as unique as people, aren't they? Each of these pearls. Every single one of these pearls, absolutely beautiful. And 10 millimeters, they are huge. Absolutely huge. Sorry, what was that, Dee? Do you know what? We love them so much, we're going to keep them all. We're not going to show them to you. What's the code on those, Dee? I beg your pardon? W Golf Papa 46. W Golf Papa 46 on those. And the price? $5.95. I'll tell you what, those graphics, why I order those graphics. I mean, £5.95. That is crazy. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Oh, do you know what? We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. I might do a little jig when the I might do a little jig when the price comes in. That might be another 10 minutes. Might not happen at all. You might not get to see the jig. You can't have a pre-jig. How can you have a pre-jig? Right, this is a pre-jig. There you go, that's a pre-jig. That was it, Claire. That was it. Well, what else is involved before a jig? A Mexican wave. There's one of me, Dion. It would be a wave. Right? It would be a wave. This is a pre-jig. Yeah, that's a pre-jig. Do you want to? $5.95. Claire, I'm going to do the jig now.
That'd be worth it.
That'd be worth it? That was an Elvis finish to the Irish jig. It's a good job I'm only 28, isn't it? I couldn't do that if I was older. £5.95. I hope you realise that you got that free because no prices come up yet. This isn't free. This isn't free. No, but the jig was free. All right, just in case. You can imagine the call centre. What? Free? Free? Hang on. No. But they might as well be free. $5.95. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Look at that. That's a strand in itself. Do you know what? It's so right, but on me, it's so wrong. Sarah, so wrong. So wrong. Good job I shaved my neck this morning, isn't it? I don't shave my neck, really. Really. Right, 13 by 10 minutes. What are we going to do? We're going to stick with those, Dion, or do you want to? Okay. We're gonna wait for that price to come in. You can call the call centre, and you can get those for £5.90. Can they get online? So you can purchase these online. Oh, Dion's having a look. See, Dion, I'm always thinking for you, Dion. Always thinking for you, Dion. Me and Dion were like that. Like that. All right, that's that. It does show up on the web, but TV buys, we've got you. We've got you, babe. We're waiting here for the price to come. It might take some time, my son. We got you, babes. £5. It'll be worth the wait. Worth the wait. Do you know, if I had a mind like an abacus, I'd work that out. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. So 30, around 30 pearls for just under £6. I can hear Dion going. Are you doing the math for me? No, she's not. She's not. I'm not doing the math at all. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not good at maths at all. Is it 5p? No. What did I say? 5p? I'm going to be more far off. No. They haven't hired me for my mathematical mind. All right, listen, I can build you a shed, I just can't measure it properly. Right, this is £5.95, about 19 pence. 19 pence. That is amazing, amazing. What was that, Claire? Okay, it's now. Are you counting me, or am I just? Oh, I see. Right. So don't forget that here at JewelleryMaker, it is just one postage and packaging all day. So if you purchase one thing, maybe save everything up and get it up and get it all in your basket in one day. 1p only. Do not go anywhere.
Our standard delivery is now only £2.95 per day, regardless of how many pieces of jewellery are added to your order. Delivery takes between 4 to 6 working days, and if you want your jewellery quicker, simply speak to our call centre about our premium delivery service. This year, JewelleryMaker will be live 9 AM to 1 PM on Christmas Day. Oh, come on, guys. You can't get out of working Christmas Day. Ed's excited. Oh, look at him. What a guy. No turkeys were harmed in the making of this video. JewelleryMaker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
We all know that you need the right tools for the job. So here at JewelleryMaker, we have developed our very own tool set just for you. In this larger set, we have provided more tools to help you develop your jewellery making skills even further. The kit includes wire cutters, a bead reamer with replacement tips, an awl, tweezers with a scoop, a sliding gauge, a snip, and all the essential pliers you will need. All of this is yours for just $15.95, neatly presented in a carrying case with an embossed JewelleryMaker logo. Stay tuned for more advice, tutorials and demonstrations of jewellery making. We provide the tools, you provide the skill.
And welcome back to Sarah and myself. We are taking you through designer inspiration time, where we have given Sarah a kit to work with. A nice selection of colours. Really, if you love your pastel tones, this is going to be absolutely perfect for you. We have here a beautiful, I mean, that's a lovely colour in the pearls, isn't it?
It is beautiful.
A little subtle bit. That goes well with the kunzites from that we had earlier on, actually. And then you've got your crisp, clear colours, and again your pastel round beads there as well. You've got some coloured wire. In this case, it is your silver coloured wire, 10 metres in length. So you've got 10 metres of that, and you've got 10 metres of 0.4 gauge wire in there as well. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to show you, we're going to inspire you. I say we, I use the term we, it's not really we. I'm going to watch Sarah inspire you with the kit.
Oh dear, this kit came about because of the necklace I'm actually wearing. And I don't know if this was the piece that I originally designed. And
right.
I've had so many comments about it of people wanting to know how it was made, where I got it from, could they have one, and I've probably made, since having made this one for myself, I've probably made, I reckon, about 5 or 6 as commissions.
Well, we've had people calling in the call centre saying they'd love to see it. You see you wearing it, so
there you go.
There we go. It's almost as if you read their voices.
Yes.
I mean, it's a collection of techniques that come together and bring incredibly intricate and detailed design. But Sarah is going to completely inspire you and is going to show you how this was formed. It's quite interesting as sort of. The more I do the JewelleryMaker hours, the more I look at a piece and I see the individual little components. You know how you our guest designers show us little pieces. You know, the clasp, how to do the clasp at the back, how to do the spirals as well. Yeah. How to place a bead on the end of a piece of wire, which sounds simple, and probably to a lot of you JewelleryMakers that have been doing it for a long time, they are simple techniques. But remember, you're going to see some pieces. You have some techniques you've not seen before, and also you're going to see some pieces you have seen before. But if you're brand spanking new to the jewellery making world, you're going to be amazed by what Sarah's going to show you over the next few minutes.
And I always say that I'm not a wire worker. I am not one of, you know, I'm not a Laura Binding or a Rachel Norris or anything like that. And I don't dream to be, you know, I don't dream to aspire to I dream to aspire to have their skills, but I haven't got them yet. I'm working on it. And so I want to say this is a piece of jewellery that is great for beginners, wire workers or beginners.
Yep.
You've got your wire at home and you're thinking, hang on a minute, this is great because it's a very organic piece. There is no rights and wrongs with it. The wire will go where it wants to and just work with it.
Yeah.
And that is a great, I've learned that this is the way that I love to work with wire now. When I started, it had to be on a jig, it had to be neat, perfect, and everything else. But now this is the way I love to work with wire. Just let it be organic. So what I've started with is making the roses. And this necklace is strange because you don't...
when we talk about the roses, are we talking about these
little swirls?
The centre swirls?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. We've got a great shot of it there.
So we're going to make those to start off with. And this necklace is a little bit strange in the fact that it doesn't have like a core base running through it. It doesn't have a piece of wire that you attach everything onto.
Okay.
It builds off the roses. So you make the roses and then it builds off there. So I've done a couple to start off with, so you can see. And what you want to do is you want to leave quite a decent tail on either end of the rose. So I'm going to show you how to make these. And what it is it's got a good decent length of wire, probably 1 metre long. And this is 0.1 wire, so it's got a good structure to it. And all I've done is kind of loosely folded it in half. I'm going to take one end in my round nose pliers, and you may want to watch your eyes on this one, Drew, because it's going to
I've got my safety glasses on.
Yeah.
So
what you want to do is you want to take one end round your pliers to form a circle in the centre. Okay, and then what you're going to do is just bring the two tails to each other. I'm just going to move this board because it's going to make a terrible racket the whole way through the demo, sorry. So what you've done is you've got basically both wires back towards each other. And then what you're going to do is with these two tails is you're loosely going to take them over each other. You see it and form, this is a very loose sort of spiral. Don't worry about how it forms. You want it, this is what's going to form the organic nature of the rose. And then with your round nose pliers, you're going to pull your original circle around. And don't worry if it's gone a bit funny like this one has here, don't panic, that's fine. Then what I'm going to do is with my fingers, it'll be easier at home because your hands won't be quite as hot as mine, is just start forming a circle. I'm just going to undo my tails because they've got a little twisted. And as you form your rows, you carry on adding more and more twists to your wire as you go. Doesn't matter how you do them. The more ununiform this is, the more organic your rose will look.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you just literally, with your fingers, twist, twist.
It always amazes me because you see the rose, you see the finished product, and for me, someone who is like, I mean, I'm completely beginner and in awe of all these techniques. It's so hard to see how you get to the finished piece, but then as soon as you start, it's almost like within about three little twists or turns, you can see the technique.
Yeah. So there's the start of the rose. So there it is, and you can see it's starting to form already, and literally that organic nature will start to come within the piece itself. So you can see there, already looking a little like a rose. And if you want it a little bit more organic, a little bit more depth to it, you can push this down, you can take the wire back over itself to sort of form a smaller rose but with more depth. You can do lots of different things with these. So I'm just literally going to do one last little bit of this just to finish it off. Now I've got my two tails, but I want them to be on opposite sides of the rose. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to twist that over. And I'm going to basically imagine I'm carrying on with my rose with that one. I've just taken it to the opposite side of my flower, so it's coming out at opposite sides of the flower. And you're going to create 5 of these. 3 with about an 8-inch tail on each one, and 2 that have slightly smaller tails. And all will become clear. The tails on the other 2 need to be slightly smaller. Right, so I'll show you the smaller one. These are the ones that are going to be up on the neckline, if I just put them next to the larger one.
So we started off with about 1 metre on this one.
About 1 metre on this one, and probably about 80 centimetres for this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see that the tails are smaller and the rose is actually slightly smaller as well. and that's going to allow a natural flow around the neckline. And these are going to be the last 2 roses we put on. So there's going to be 3 larger ones in the centre and 2 smaller ones towards the edge of the neckline piece. So I've got another large rose I've already formed here. Now this is where you think, hang on a minute, this is all scary. It's not, it honestly isn't. What you're going to do is you're going to put them next to each other and you're going to just kind of work out how far you want between each one. This is personal preference again. I've taken about 1 inch, so 2.5 centimetres roughly. But don't panic if it ends up being 1.5 inches or it ends up being slightly less. It doesn't really matter. And what you're going to do is you're going to kind of hold both roses together and you're going to take the wire from one rose and trellis it, it's a technical term for twisting, around the other one. That. Okay, so that's what you've got there. And then you've got the wire from the other rose, and that's going to come around as well. So you end up with a nice firm base. This is actually going to make the base of your neckline piece. So you can see I've already got some sort of base. And I've got bits of wire hanging out all over and you're thinking, oh, panic. Don't panic, it's fine, absolutely fine. So that
last bit you just twirled around, that's the end of this first rose that you've just continued through underneath.
Yeah. So okay. Literally, and then I'm just going to add another rose on here. This one's the one with a slight, I'm going to put the slightly shorter tailed one on this end. So you imagine I've got 3 of these, but we're just going to. I want that one to be part of my neckline, this long piece, so I want to stick it out so I know that this is going to go right round my neckline. And then I'm just going to add this one on quickly like so. And then
nice bit of trellising there.
Nice bit of trellising. Yeah. Don't panic, all this bit will be hidden, you won't see it. Like so. Okay, so you're thinking, hang on a minute, what a mess. There we go. So that's thinking, oh, my neck. Right. So now what I've got is I've got pieces that are coming down and I've got pieces that are going up. These are going to form my leaves and my little vines that fall down from the neckline piece. So my first leaf, I'm going to take this wire to the top, like this, and I'm going to literally just take the wire back round. It doesn't look like a leaf at the moment, so I've just created this little loop. Don't panic, it doesn't look like a leaf, it looks like a little loop. That's absolutely fine. You see that with my hand underneath it. And I'm just literally going to take my wire up and back down. That is enough to anchor it because it's 0.1 wire. Literally that one little twist will anchor it for now. Now I need to make that look a little bit more like a leaf. At the moment it looks like a blob. Okay, we've got a few people calling up and asking about the price on this. We're gonna let you know what it was, and then we're going to give you the price. Let's show you what you get in the kit, which is. Do you want me to show you on here, or do we have a graphic? No, I'm going to show you on here. Okay, so you have your 3 strands, which are those. You've got your clear quartz star cut faceted rounds, your lavender cultured pearl straight drilled baroque beads. And you've got your multicolour aquamarine plain round. So those are your 3 strands. So there's 6mm the aquamarines, 10 by 7mm the baroque pearls, and 6mm on the clear quartz. And you also get your 2 coils of wire there. You've got 0.4mm, 10 meters of that, and 1mm, 10 meters of that silver plated copper wire. There's the whole kit there. That's the whole piece. This is what Sarah's working with at the moment. We're going to show you a price on your screen, well, I say we're going to show you a price on the screen. Is this the original price, is it? Okay, so the original price is £27. But we're going to give you a little bit of a deal on this one today. Now, is the price on the web yet? Okay, the £27, £25, the original price, but
I've just been told we're going to go under 20. We're going to go under £20 for this kit. So under £20 for your designer inspiration kit this afternoon. If you want to grab hold of this, the price will come in eventually on your screen. On the web, you should have that price there already. We're just waiting for the graphics to catch up, so that price will appear. But the whole price, I mean, £20, 3 strands and 20 metres of wire, 10 metres of 0.4 and 10 metres of 1 millimetre. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Once again, keep an eye on your screen. That price will drop in soon, and we'll continue on with Sarah showing us where we're at.
Okay, so I just added the third large rose on there.
So am I thinking the very first rose that you used was the longest strand, or does it not matter?
It doesn't really matter. I mean, flowers turn up in all sizes in nature next to each other, so it really doesn't matter. If you want a large one...
I mean the tails out the end.
Oh, the tails.
As in the...
Yeah, so the 3 in the centre have the longer tails.
Right, okay. Cool.
Because you're going to use those to finish your neckline piece.
Right, yeah.
And the 2 little ones at the end have shorter tails because you don't need quite so much wire.
So basically we started off with 3 1 metre, and then about the 80 centimetre you said on the outside.
There's another one which will go on that end over there.
Yep.
Haven't quite got that yet. So I've created this little leaf in the centre, this little blob, and it doesn't look like much at the moment. It just looks like a little blob. And what you do with that is take your round nose pliers, and if you want the leaf to be wider, you just put it in there and pull it out. That will allow it to get wider. So if you've got quite a narrow leaf, and then take your round nose pliers and just twist that leaf. If I tip it up, can you see? I've just added a little bit of definition to the tip.
We did use that technique before when you were wrapping the top of the gemstones, wasn't it? And you did the little lightning bolt, kink in it. Yeah.
And this is a great thing if you've wrapped any wire around anything and it's not quite tight enough, you can kink it and it just tightens the wire. So it's a really useful technique. So you can put whatever shape you want in there. You might want it wider at the bottom, you might want it wider there. Take it in. You can do all sorts of things until you're happy with your little leaf shapes. The other thing that you do with these wires is you create little trellises with them. So if I take that one down, and to create that, this is the little pieces that are coming down the neckline piece. What you need to do is work out if it's too long or the right length. You want it about 2 to 3 inches long. Any longer than that and it's going to probably end up being a little bit too big. What you do is take your round nose pliers and leave about 1 centimetre at the end. And we're going to attach a gemstone onto there, so we don't want to coil this bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to coil this round on my pliers. I might have to take it out as I get round to that little piece because it won't go round otherwise. Just take your pliers back out, coil. And you can do each piece as you add it on rather than adding all 5 flowers on together like I have, because this makes it a bit tricky, but just gives you the idea. And then what you can do with that is pull that out. That creates like a little tendril for you.
Nice.
And then what you can do is add a little gemstone onto the bottom of there. So I'm going to add on my clear quartz onto the bottom. And this is a great way of adding a gemstone without having to have an eye pin, a head pin, or a little coil or anything at the end of it. All I'm going to do is with my flat nose pliers is I'm literally going to turn a little tiny kink. I don't know if you can see that. I'll just literally turn like a little right angle. You see if I move those pliers out the way, you see, just there. And all I'm going to do is, with my gemstone, is I'm going to add it on to there, and then...
So again, maybe if you're going to use certain gemstones, because you have to use these gemstones, is to make sure the hole in the before you start. If you set out all your beads and then find out your hole's not big enough, you need to so just double check that.
Yeah, I'm just going to turn that around.
Of course, in your toolkit, you have got a bead reamer as well, which comes in handy for that.
So what I've done is added the bead onto the end, and then I'm just going to turn this and sorry, maybe fingers and thumbs. Turn it and tuck it into the coil. So the bead won't come off now. It's actually stuck in there, and now it's not going to fall off. So I've actually just tucked it into the coil. And
this is why you need the thicker gauge wire, isn't it? To be able to hold it in there.
If this was even a 0.8, it possibly wouldn't hold it, so it makes it a little harder on the hands, but that allows that to happen. So those are the 2 things you're going to do along to add texture and is add leaves and flourishes. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add the centre of our roses. The centre of your roses is done with a 0.4 wire. So the central, adding that little gemstone into the middle, is done with on a 0.4 wire, which is typically the wire we would use for doing tiara techniques, and that sort of thing. Very malleable, yet still has a good amount of strength to it. And what I've done is I've added onto a good length, probably maybe 18 inches of the 0.4, added one of, are these aquamarine?
Yeah. Yeah.
One of the aquamarines onto there and just giving it a little twist. You see, just a tiny weeny
Spoiled
twist.
you today.
I know.
Yeah, I did ask especially for aquamarine for you today. So.
I think blue's going to be, these sort of blues and greens are going to be my new favourite colours. So I'm a pinky purple girl.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is take both tails right through the centre of my rose. Right through. There we go. And bring them through to the opposite side. So I end up with a little bead.
So they're both straight through the centre hole,
Both
yeah?
straight through the centre. To anchor that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of them, make sure they're not twisted too much, back up, and I'm going to kind of sew this into place. I'm going to come from the opposite side through and pull it up, and then I'm going to take it back down again through a different row of the rows, so that it almost sews that in, and that won't move now. And then you would do that with the other side as well.
And just sort of back through, up and once around again is enough?
Just once up and down, because the wire, it has got a good strength to it, this 0.4. So you can just literally do that. Try not to get any kinks in it. So there we go, we've gone through, and that's anchored that rose centre there. Yep. These tails, you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, she's got really long tails on those wires, what's that for? Probably thinking, silly lady.
You're about to find out.
Tune in
next time when we show you what Sarah does with the... No, we're doing it right now. Don't have to go anywhere.
There is method in the madness, honestly. There is a little bit. Not much, but there is some. Okay, so I've got a little selection of my pearls and aquamarine, my clear quartz. What I'm going to do with one of these tails is you could just... If I flick this over, sorry. You can work on the back. What I can do is bring this over, and I'm just going to bring it around my trellis on that side, and again on the other side, and all I'm doing is literally just a gentle wrap. Okay, just simple like that. So I've just wrapped those underneath, and then I'm going to turn it back over again. So I'm working on the front. And most of this technique is done on the front, and you're going to lift it up and down, so you're not going to work on a flat surface, which is normally my preferred technique, is to work on a flat surface. So this is really unusual for me. And all I'm going to do is literally add on. I told you we would hide all of that little trellis. I'm going to add on one of my pearls, so just there. And then I'm going to take the wire underneath and do a couple of wraps. Don't you run away. So I've got a pearl added onto there now, so if I turn that up, can you see? So it's starting to hide all of that work underneath the trellis. And then I can like put an aquamarine on there.
It's quite interesting how using the thinner gauge wire, the 0.4, against the 1 millimetre, the 0.4 just seems to disappear into the design, doesn't it?
It does. It will just disappear into the design, and you won't even
I'm surprised at that. You sort of hardly even notice it.
So you can just literally keep adding these as long as you've got bits of the 0.4 wire left. You might decide you want to put one over the base of the leaf like that, or you might decide you want to take it that way. I actually quite like it over the base of the leaf. So you take it through the leaf to anchor it this time. And it's almost just like stitching them into place. Just anchor them in. And again, you might want to go around the trellis, through the gemstones. It will just disappear. You won't even see that.
I love the fact that you can place the beads where you want, but you're not you don't have to leave them there. You can put it there, sort of take a step back, have a look at it, place them somewhere else.
Yeah, you can just...
Yeah, so it's sort of growing. It's almost growing as you're going through it, isn't it?
It's a very organic piece of jewellery, this one. So if I just quickly add that clear quartz onto there. When you cut your wires, always cut them on the front, your 0.4 wires Always cut them on the front side of your neckline piece because of course you don't want them against the skin, so you don't have any chance of having any little scratchy bit. And we're going to tuck those in with our flat nose pliers as well, so there won't be anything there at all to catch on the skin. So I would take my flat nose pliers, go in and make sure that's really squished down.
Just wrap it around the top edge. So basically you've taken, so if you've got the flat wire that's against your skin, and then sorry, the 1 millimeter, and then you've always got a wire above, and if you're wrapping it around that top wire and make sure you curl it in, you're always going to have that little bit of distance. That's what you're saying there. Yeah, because it does worry. You know, I always think about that with the wire is that you know, I mean, you've got so many ends there. I think that you can get so frightened with wire work, can't you? Yes. But as long as you just follow it and keep it nice and methodical, and it's very forgiving as well. I mean, especially in this sort of design, because if you do end up with kinks and you need to unwrap it and do a little bit again, it's sort of in keeping with the design, isn't it?
It is indeed. I've just lost a piece of my design. Where's it gone? Just bear with me.
Was it me? Do you want to check? Is it that one?
No, it's like, oh, there it is. It was hiding in the beading tray.
There we go.
Perfect. Sorry. Sorry. You would basically carry on building up like that. So adding the centre of a rose, taking along, adding gemstones across the trellis, adding leaves with all of these pieces. So sometimes these are long enough to add 2 leaves and then a trellis. So you carry on literally until you had the full neckline piece done. So same techniques, just each piece of wire doing a leaf and a trellis, adding the gemstones as you go along. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you just how to finish off the one side of the neckline piece.
Yep.
So it is slightly different. So what we've done is we've got all of our roses added on, if you imagine centre and 2 to the side, and I've got my long tail. So this is my smaller rose with the 2 short tails. So there's one there and one there. And this is my long tail from the previous rose that's come right through and is over here. Onto that, I'm going to add a piece of gizmo coil. Now, depending on how long you make this, your necklace is going to be... I was just going to say,
you've made that, haven't you? So
yes, yes.
Yep.
It's literally made with the gizmo tool, which is one of these.
I like this. Oh, I like a good jewellery maker tool, me.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I know, isn't it good? So
we got loads of time, so we can we can go for it.
So I'm using one of the larger mandrels. If you've got the standard gizmo, this is the largest mandrel. If you've got the deluxe, it's the next one down. Okay, so depending on which version of the gizmo you've got.
Say that again. This is a
deluxe gizmo.
Okay.
So it's got more mandrels.
Oh, okay.
Which is what these bars are. We call them mandrels, and it basically just gives you a different width of coil. So a smaller mandrel, smaller diameter coil, more delicate, more bendy, more flexible. So I'm using the medium one, well, the second largest on the deluxe, or this will be the largest on your standard gizmo. What we're going to do, in fact I'll throw that down there, just ignore that, is you take a piece of wire, and what you do is you hold your handle so it's facing upwards, the little U shape, and you wrap the tail of your wire around the handle. So this will allow it to rotate and take the wire. If you don't do this, it'll just go round and round and not do anything. And then what you do is I turn away from me and hold the wire down and just literally go like that. Just
I love this. Do you know what? I love this sort of stuff.
Now, if something weird happens like that, I've done that on purpose. Just unwind and bring it back until you've got the wire flat out and it's coming back towards you. Some people prefer to have the wire facing down. Some people prefer to have a bit of tension towards their body. Whichever way you find you can work with this tool best, and you will find your own personal preference on how to do it. Some people like to put their thumb against the side and hold the wire there. There is no, I think there's just a good technique for you.
Whatever way you like,
And you would just literally carry on until you had a good length, and it's about...
Can I have a go, Sarah?
You can.
Sorry, can I have a go?
There you go. So you hold some tension on there and you turn away from you with the other handle. It doesn't have to keep right up against the actual bracket.
I've never done it. Look at me, Mara. Look at me.
And if I pull out some
you've got to pull it out.
There you go. How easy is that?
Easy peasy. Look. You can't even tell where Sarah stopped and I started.
And the only thing I'd say is if you're trying to do this at home, and before we had Gizmo...
I was a little bit too excited about that, sorry.
Before we had a Gizmo, I was trying to do this at home, and I'm just going to show you. I'm just literally going to hold the mandrel, and what you'd have to do at home is you'd have to take it around and around and around.
We've got the price.
Yay!
And we're going to make it extra special.
And can you see how difficult that is to do? And I've left a gap already.
Yeah.
I've already left a little gap in there from doing it by hand. So this tool makes your life... I've done 3 coils when I would have done about 10. 15 on there. Yeah. Because you have to do it by hand.
And of course, if you do it by hand, you end up sort of kinking all the wire a little bit, don't you? So not as neat.
Yeah.
Right, here comes the price. Finally. That's lower than what you said, Dee. Sure, you said £19 to me, Dee. £16.95. Don't forget, this is what you get in the kit. You got 20 metres of wire, 10 metres of silver-plated copper 1mm wire, 10 metres of 0.4mm silver-plated copper wire. You've got your 70 carats of clear quartz star-cut faceted rounds. You've got your lavender cultured pearl straight drilled baroque beads, 10 by 7mm, and 100 carats of Sarah's pick of the day, Sarah's favourite, aquamarine plain rounds.
They're gorgeous.
Look at that.
Can't believe you've got clear quartz, pearls, and aquamarine, and all that wire.
Under £20.
And this is my little bag of gemstones that I had left over. Should I say little?
Oh, right, okay. Oh, yeah.
It's not at all little. Yeah. I mean, there are so many gems left in there. I could make this design 3 times over, if not more, with the gemstones I have left over.
Great price, great deal. £16. I know I'm sorry, it's been a long time, but it's worth the wait. Look, tickle, tickle, tickle. Look, it's certainly worth the wait at £16.95. And Dion's trying to blame us, but we're going to blame IT. Yeah. Because that's just what we do.
If in doubt.
That's what we do. I'm saying that because I bet you IT are watching to make sure the graphics are working right now. You know who you are, IT. Yeah, I know where you live, remember. Right, I do know where they live because I went and got some photos done the other day.
They in the little front there?
No, they're they're down the road.
Oh.
They're down the road now, aren't they? So,
moved them.
Yeah, I don't mean down the road. I mean they're in a house around the corner.
Right.
There we go.
Okay, so
we'll move on.
What I've done is I've
Love
added
you, IT.
onto the end of my long wire a clear quartz, my gizmo coil, and another clear quartz. And all I've done is push those up. So the clear quartz fits perfectly this coil. It just actually just sits slightly inside it. Can you see that?
So the coil's just nipped off basically. Yes. There's no tucking. It's just basically just snipped off at the end.
So I've just cut this one off on one end.
Okay.
And then all you do is I always unwind these because you never know when you might just need that little bit of wire.
Yeah.
And you just take that off, and then with your clippers, just go in, clip it till it's flush, and there you are. Perfect coil.
Look, I mean.
And these are so versatile.
Yeah.
So versatile. You make your own jump rings from them. You can do all sorts of them. So all I've done is added that on, and then what I'm going to do with this last little bit that I've got here is I'm going to cut off 1 inch and leave 1 inch left, or 2.5 centimetres if you're in new money. I can't do new measurements. Too old.
I'm sort of. I must say, because all the necklace measurements are all in inches upstairs. So I just sort of I try and do a bit of both really.
I know.
But the ruler of truth that we use upstairs sort of lends itself to measuring in inches most of the time. So.
So what I'm going to do is I'm literally going to take this into my pliers, my round nose pliers, slightly higher than you would do if you were doing a normal loop on the end of a head pin. So slightly bigger loop, so slightly further apart pliers. And I'm just going to twist and twist and twist. And the reason I do this type of closure is it allows you to get a little bit of tension in here. I want this to be tight up against the gemstones.
Yep.
And then centre that over. And don't worry that this is straight at the moment. You think, hang on a minute, my neckline is not straight like that. You can just bend this. But I always wait until the end to bend that.
Yeah.
Because everybody's different.
Yeah.
Everyone's neckline's different. And this is a piece that you put on and you mould it to your neckline. So I've moulded this one to me. When you sell these to customers, they'll mould them to their own neckline. So that's added that little piece. And what we're going to do with this tail that's up near the clasp, near the top, near the gizmo coil, so we're going to take it around and form a little arch. and if you look on the piece that's on the bust, there's a little arch above each of those roses that's jewel encrusted.
So this is the finished article that we're looking at here. This is the kit that you've got, the designer inspiration kit with Sarah J, the Rambling Rose, $16.95 at the moment. I think sometimes we can all get a little bit engrossed in the demonstration, and then it comes to the end and go, oh, I actually forgot to buy it. So jump on the line, £16.95, and you're being shown all the techniques that you need to do this. So we're just about to show you the arch. So that's this piece, this here?
Yes, the bit that goes over the flower, yes.
This little piece here.
Yeah. And so I've just taken my wire round, formed an arch, and wrapped it round the vine again. So I formed my little
So this is the short wire left over from the 80 centimetre smaller rose.
Yes, so it's come up to here when it's formed part of the vine, and I've just brought it back round and wrapped it round, and this little piece is the tail that's left from it. And to finish that tail off nicely, I don't want a little vine on the top there, and I haven't got enough to make a leaf. So what I do is I'm just going to take my round nose pliers and just form like a little spiral, and then in I come, and I want it to be quite loose, and this is going to sit behind that little
nice. Yep.
And then what I will do is when I take my gemstone through the middle of this rose, the tails I have from it, from that bead, from the long bead, if you imagine I've gone through with my tails and I've taken that bead in, the tails I've got will allow me to add gemstones and wrap them onto that little archway, and that will allow us to finish off the ends.
Have we got time to do that? Are we all right? Do you want to? Yeah, we've got time to do it.
Okay.
Do you know, see, looking at that there, I thought, no, I see it, I was completely wrong, that the gems were actually sitting on the arch, actually on the wire of the arch, but they're not, they're actually, they're connected to it by using the smaller 0.4mm gauge wire.
Yes.
And again, leaves you that freedom like before to a little bit less or a little bit more, and to basically put beads wherever you like on this, doesn't it? And you can stand back and have a look at it. Unthread them, try it again if you're not happy with it. So whereas if you put it on the thicker wire, you're a little bit, once you've done it, because you're going to lose the straightness of the wire, aren't you? This leaves you the freedom to change it.
Also, you'll find a lot of gemstones won't fit on a 1mm wire.
Okay, yeah.
The aquamarine and the pearls in this kit won't, but they'll all fit on the 0.4. So it's absolutely brilliant. So what I've done is I've taken an aquamarine through the centre of the rose, anchored off my little tails as we did before.
Yep.
And then you choose where you want to go with your gemstones. So I've got my tail coming out here. I quite fancy one of these lovely pearls, just to hide that little bit of trellis there. First of all, I'm just going to move all my tools out of the way, otherwise you'll catch on there. And the wire wants to go this way, so we'll take it this way through the loop. Round.
Always working with the wire, not against it. The wire is your friend.
That's it. And if you try and work away against it, it makes your life so much more difficult, and then you may end up with a wire edge.
I used to be an electrician, Sarah, and I understand that, because when you're coiling wire, it always wants to go a certain way.
It does.
Always, you know, like if you're coiling up the wires here in the studio, you'll always find that they'll want to go a certain way, and as soon as you try and fight it, you end up really struggling with it. So
also, you may weaken the wire because you're forcing against it all the time. So if you're going with it, you're doing less work with it. Therefore, there's less work hardening of the wire, and then it doesn't put any fatigue on the wire as well.
Yeah, less tension on the wire, isn't it?
Yeah. So and because it's a 0.4, we've got a good amount of strength, but it's very malleable. So again, looks like I want to put a clear quartz there. Why not? And literally, I suppose
sometimes the gems just fall into where they want to go, doesn't it? And again, don't fight it. If it falls in there, it's going to sit there. It's always going to stay there if that's the natural place that it wants to stay in.
That's it. So again, you're sewing underneath each wire, bringing it round, tightening it up, and it'll just add on to where it wants to be. When you get to that little spiral, you may want to just anchor that in. And I'll show you how to do that. My hands are hot, unfortunately. There we go. So I've got to the point where that little spiral is also underneath the pearl. Can you see if I move the pearl? The little spiral is there underneath that little archway. So what I'm going to do is, as I come underneath the archway,
I'm going to sing it. Underneath the arches, I dream away. Carry on.
And I'm going to come back.
Sorry, I couldn't miss out on that opportunity, Sarah.
That's all right. I'm going to come back through the actual spiral as well. And that's going to pull that and tighten it up against the back of the archway. So now that spiral is knitted with that gemstone and the wire. If I turn it over, that spiral's now pulled in.
Okay,
yeah, I've got a little, like a stitch almost.
I should probably just look at. I'm doing. Do you know what? You can't see. I'm doing this. Oh yeah, let's go. I should probably just watch the TV screen, really, shouldn't I?
It's what we do. We all do that.
Yeah, and it gives rigidity to the structure of the whole piece, doesn't it? If you do that every now and again along the way,
as wire workers will do. The last bit I want to show you how to do is to create the catch and the clasp at the back, because we've done all the structural bits.
Which is this.
Yeah. And no piece of work is complete without a bespoke handmade catch. And this is something that people ask loads and loads of times. How do we create those and make them nice and neat? I'm going to show you how to do it. So the first bit is we need to create the loop, which is 2 circles basically with a gemstone in the middle. And to create that, all you need is...
Can we see that?
Yeah.
Can we see that on here? So, so that's this piece here?
That's that bit there, yes.
So this is the bit we're making just here?
Yes. The 2 loops with the gemstone in the middle. That's the first part.
Fisherman terms, you call that a swivel.
A swivel. Mm.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking. So to create that...
You've changed, Sarah. You've changed since the first time I was here.
I've been here a long time. Right, so what we need to
do... You got me thinking that. I know exactly what you're thinking. Carry on.
What you've got to do is come down about 1.5 inches down the piece of wire. And then my piece of wire is probably about 5 inches long, maybe a bit longer, 6 inches maybe. And this is the 0.1 wire. And all I'm going to do is I want to turn the wire until it comes right back on itself and my tails are facing 90 degrees apart. So I've got a short tail facing up and a long tail coming out, and that's a 90 degree in the middle. Now,
would you say that when you're doing things like this, I was just looking at that, is always always leave yourself enough wire to work with, isn't it? Because I can imagine you buy the wire and part of you sort of thinks, I'm going to use as little as possible to make sure I use it, get as much out of my wire. But I think it will probably lessen your enjoyment, and you'll get to the point where you get to the end and go, I should have left a bit more.
The prices on the wire at JewelleryMaker are so reasonable.
Yeah. Do yourself a favour.
Do yourself a favour. Do yourself, especially making a clasp.
Treat yourself to an extra couple of centimetres.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, you keep all of these pieces, like this little squiggly bit I've got here. You probably think, oh my goodness, what are you going to use that for? But sometimes you just need to make like a little jump ring, or you need to make just something. You can straighten that out and you can make something out of it. So don't panic. I've got a box full of little bits of wire that I keep for all of those sorts of little things. So just keep them somewhere safe.
And again, we were talking about the rigidity of the piece and joining pieces of wire together. If you've got little pieces like that, I mean, great for that. A couple of two, just bind it together and twist it on.
I know a lot of people will be looking at this and thinking, she's used so much wire, she's got so many tails coming out from it. Why has she done that? But you're going to use all of that. You're going to bring it all back into the piece. So you're not wasting it. It's actually adding to the piece. So, you know, do give yourself more wire than you think you'll need. Some people measure for this thing. Oh, I can't be bothered measuring. Life's too short. I don't want to enjoy my jewellery making.
Life's too short. Don't let your wire be.
That's it.
Do you like that?
Love it. So what I've done is I've literally created that little circle and my little right angle.
Like that.
And I'm going to take my wire and I'm going to create a lovely little wrapped loop. Wrap it round. So can you see? I've got a little coil there of wire. You'll do yours a little bit neater than I did mine, but it will serve purpose. And I'm going to just cut off the excess. So you can see I haven't wasted much at all. There's about really less than a centimetre there. And if you want to, you can coil that round. I'm going to cut off my excess. Now my loop here is not quite perfectly straight, so I'm going to go in with my pliers. Just kink that back until I get it straight. There we go. Then I'm going to add on one of the clear quartz, because I think these look beautiful when you have a little gemstone in the middle, especially if it matches all the gemstones in the piece of jewellery.
So if you didn't want to put a gemstone in the middle, would it just be a little piece of wire there?
It would just be a little coil in the middle. Yeah, you'd end up with a little coil.
So you just basically coil right up to the piece you've just finished with.
So I'd probably do maybe half a coil less on this end, do the same number of coils from the opposite end, and then you would end up with like 5 little coils in the middle.
Yeah, yeah.
And then what you're going to do to create the other end is you're going to take your wire, hold it in your pliers, and you're going to turn it so it's 90 degrees away from you. If I turn that round, can you see? 90 degrees away. And that allows me, that gives me a little bit of room to wrap the rest of my loops and also to create my circle. Then what I'm going to do is, because I want quite a large circle for movement, I'll come quite a way up around those pliers. I'm going to pull my wire over the top, and you see how malleable it is.
Just on this other side here, there's the little kink that you did.
There's a little
because I was wondering how you're going to leave room for the wire. So that's what you were saying, a little bit left.
What that does is it sets your circle going in the right direction already. It's already sending it round in a circle as opposed to being dead on top of that wire. Take my wire out, and then I'm going to take it to that 90 degrees again. And before I finish this loop, I actually want to add it onto my necklace. I'm going to bring my necklace back in, and I'm going to take that tail up through the little spiral I made on the end of the gizmo, like that, and then I'm going to add it in, so it's now looped onto the end of my neckline piece. There we go, can you see? That little tail's gone through there, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in.
Once again, if you've just joined us, the price is on your screen, because we're going to be showing a few DVDs soon. So if you want to get hold of this, the Designer Inspiration, £16.95. This is the kit, and with the kit you can create this incredible piece that the lovely Sara has been showing, and there's a bracelet there as well.
Yeah.
The bracelet is there as well. Again, all the same designs, all the same techniques.
Same technique.
To be used on that, and this is all out of the one kit there. So £16.95 Design Inspiration. That's what we've been talking about. But we're going to lose those graphics in a minute. So just if you want to grab this, now's the time to get it. £16.95.
Okay, so I've taken my loop and it's gone through the end of my gizmo coil where we created the loop. It's gone through there. I'm just going to hold that little circle with my pliers, so that stops it moving. And then I can just form my loop on that end, like that. And can you see I've got a little gap where those coils have got fitted in, and that's where that little gap has come into play.
A little kink.
A little kink, and then we can cut that off as close as we can. And then again, I'd come round and I'd smooth that down with my flat nose pliers just to make sure everything was nice and smooth. So that's one end of my clasp done. I'm just going to quickly show you how to do the opposite end, which is
so we're going to do this end here now.
Yep.
Show you the clasp.
Do the loop.
So this is the finished piece. This is the piece we're working on now. So we've just, well, I say we. I was an integral part of that. I watched quite a lot. There's the piece we've just done. We're going to work on this side of the clasp now.
Okay.
I like to think I provide moral support.
You do. Very good. So I'm going to create the other end, and this first bit is exactly the same as creating the first part on the loop. So we're going to take our wire, we're going to come round until we've got that 90 degrees. Like so. And now this is where I would add this loop, or now I would add it onto the opposite end of my neckline piece. So I would have a loop to add it onto before I coil this. If you forget, you can always add a jump ring in at this point.
Okay, yeah.
But it is better if you can make this clasp an integral part. It gives more strength. The last thing you want to do is to create a weak spot in your neckline piece. By doing this all with wire, you don't create any weak spots.
So just so what you're saying is before you twist that around, you'd thread it on the opposite end of this here, so that you've got quite an important point there, isn't it? Because otherwise you end up with.
Do you know how many times I've got to this point and I've forgotten?
I haven't actually put it on anywhere. We're on a clasp to nowhere. So don't always remember that it needs to be joined onto the necklace.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to.
See, I wouldn't have thought of that. I'm going to get carried away and end up with a million clasps that I'm joined to. And think, oh yeah.
We could just end up with a little box full of them. Okay, so I've added a gemstone onto my bit of wire, and I've got a long piece, and this piece needs to be slightly longer, maybe another inch longer than the other one we did, because what we're going to do is we are going to double back this piece of wire, and we need to have enough to double it back and enough to be able to do the wrap at the end. So what we're going to do is just take my round nose pliers, and I'm going to use the very fine part of my pliers, and I'm just going to literally bend my wire back on itself like that. So it looks a bit ugly at the moment, don't panic. Okay, and this is where I like to use my fingers just to manipulate the wire, and I will straighten all of that bit out in a second. What we're going to do now is where that wire almost meets the gemstone, I'm going to bend it up like that, just with my round nose pliers. So I've just got a 90-degree angle, and then I'm going to hold it with my flat nose pliers, and I'm going to wrap until my gemstone is tight, like that. Okay, so my gemstone's wrapped up, and I've wrapped my loop at this end. It all looks a bit messy, so don't panic. We can straighten all of that wire out, cut that excess off. Then with my flat nose pliers, what I'm going to do is get all these wires to sit perpendicular to each other. Can you see they're starting to go? And then I'm just going to get this bit at the end, just squish it next to each other. And then with the end where the loop is, take your round nose pliers and create a little circle like that. Can you see that? I'll put my hand there. I don't know if you can see if I hold it that way. Oh, there we go. There it is. Just a little loop. Yeah, loop back round. That just tidies any edges up. And then what I do is, because I want quite a big clasp, because it's quite a big piece of jewellery, I don't want a tiddly widdly little clasp. What I want is a nice clasp. I'm going to use the handle of my pliers.
Oh, unorthodox.
I know. I'm using my tools in the wrong way.
She's going the jewellery equivalent of off-piste here.
And what you do is just hold your handle of your pliers and hold the clasp onto it and bend round until you're happy with the shape you've got. And then I need to turn my little end around. And there, you've got a little clasp.
Look at that.
And these are great for people who've got any dexterity issues, because they're really easy to do. I can't be doing with all that fiddling around the back of the neckline with the ring bolt clasp. It's something that if I was making a piece of jewellery, I would add one of these clasps onto it. And the weight of the piece stops this from riding up and down and coming undone.
Is it the little twist at the end? Is that also a little sort of stop it sliding off?
It will, because if I show you, in fact I've made this one a little bit big, but if you have, you can just make it a little bit open. So it will go through there, and so if it does come up, chances are it'll do that.
You've got another little stop right there, haven't you? Yeah.
But the weight of the piece of the jewellery holds that naturally in that place. So this is actually, for what is quite an open and easy to undo clasp, is quite a secure way of doing things, because the weight of the piece will automatically just hold it in that place for you. So hopefully we've now, I mean, again,
you know, it always amazes with the intricacy of the pieces. I mean, you know, there we have the finished article there, and it's all it's not getting ahead of yourself. It's not overthinking it, is it? It's every single individual technique and working through it and just going through every piece. If you love the wire work, if you're being inspired by Sarah to get involved in the wire work, if you've seen it and you've had it in the back of your mind that you want to get involved in it a little bit more, we've got a whole host of DVDs. How do you want to do this, Dee? Do you want to do just one at a time, or? Yep. So here we have a collection of your wire work DVDs. So this is a bundle for every single one of these. You have got wire work rings DVD, you've got your wire rings, you've got cuffs and bangles, you've got wire sculpture edition 1, and you've got Wirework Edition 4 DVD and Fabulous Findings DVD. Now, even though we're talking about edition 4, is that? Can I just ask? Is that level of you're probably the person to ask here. Is that level of difficulty, or is it just more techniques?
It's more techniques. With the Wirework DVDs, I know that Laura starts off in DVD 1 and 2 with what we class basic to intermediate.
Right.
With the other 2 DVDs, she's working more on techniques, but she starts off at a basic level and then builds them more into the advanced level. So even though they are like wrapping techniques and weaves and various different techniques on that, she does it from such a fairly introductory level all the way through.
So even on every DVD, there is a beginner,
there is something for a beginner,
and an experience at the end. All these DVDs here, so you're getting all these here, which you can see Wirework rings. There you go. That's probably a better picture. I can probably bring these out. Have I got fabulous? Oh yes, I've got Fabulous Findings up there. There we go. Look, it's like a really bad set of cards if I hold it like that. So there we go. There they all are there. Wirework rings, your Wirework. You've got Wirework Rings Edition 2 on there, Cuffs and Bangles, Wire Sculpture, Wirework Edition 4, and Fabulous Findings. That's from Wirework, Wirework Edition 4 that you're looking at there. That's from Cuffs and Bangles. I mean, that's the sort of binding that we were talking about. The little pieces of wire that you've got left that you've got left over.
Yes, that's it. That's how you use a small. Well, you use quite a long piece, but you can use a smaller piece if need be. Especially when you're getting started, you might find a longer piece of wire gets a bit tangled and you're not used to using it. So use smaller lengths. To do those little wraps, because you're going to cut each one anyway, because they don't go on forever. So you do like 4 wraps, cut each end, tuck them in, then you move on to the next little one, do 4 little wraps, cut it and tuck it in.
So always keep all those little pieces.
You can keep them all because, you know, things like if you're just making earring findings, you need a piece of wire, 0.6 wire, that's about 2 inches long to make an earring shepherd's hook. So you don't need a big piece. And the Fabulous Findings DVD, if you've got lots of little pieces of wire left over again, is another good one for using those up because, of course, in findings you don't use huge pieces of wire. So for each one of those links, it's probably less than 2 inches worth.
And save your longer lengths for pieces such as this. Right, we're going to bring a price on for you. £14.85. They're normally $4.95 each. Half price. Half price. Look at that. See, that's why you need to stick around for shows such as this, because we're giving you the deals. We're giving you the deals. £14.85, and that is going to keep you very, very occupied over the next couple of months. Now then, we've got a text there. Sandra in Oxfordshire. Sarah, that was the most inspired design I've seen to date. Totally fabulous. Thank you. Sandra Ryan in Oxfordshire. Look.
Thank you.
I know her. I know her. Incredible. I mean, you know, I know a lot of people say you make it look easy. It is when you just go over the techniques, and when they are.
I am not a wire worker, honestly. Until probably a year ago, I was scared silly of wire. I will quite happily, hand on heart, tell you that unless I could get it so neat and so tidy, it would go across the room, and I would get so annoyed with it. And actually, I started making things like findings, clasps, things like pendant findings, so things I could hang gemstones off, that were smaller, but more structured, neater. And I would use things like my wire jig to make those, and I was happy because they were neat, tidy, uniform, and perfect. To get to this has been a leap of faith for me. And I will say, hand on heart, to anybody who's thinking, I can't do that, I'm scared of wire, anything else, please, please, please don't be. Because making a rose, once you've made one, I tell you, you'll make everything with roses for about 3 weeks. You'll have roses coming out of your ears. But then you'll go, actually, that rose is not a rose, it's something else. And then you'll go, that leaf's not a leaf, it's this. And just a happy happening with wire will just completely change your way of looking at it. And I just wanted to show to everybody that while you were showing those DVDs, I've actually done the leaves and the tendrils on that end, so it is very, very quick. So I've done 2 leaves and 2 tendrils very quickly on that end. So just over here.
And again, you've all these tails that you're worried about.
Yeah.
As you can see, that side, they've all gone.
Yeah. So very, very quick.
And remember, you can look on YouTube as well if you want a reminder about what's been going on. But £14.85. If you love the wire working, this is going to give you so much inspiration. It's going to give you so many skills. So many knowledges. You've got about an hour on each DV, so you've got 6 hours of tutorials on there. I mean, 6 hours of tutorials. I mean, when you think once you watch the DVD, once you practice the techniques that you can see on the DVD, you know, it's 6 hours of watching alone. That's not doing, that's watching. So you're going to be pausing, going back and checking out and going, and you know, and that's the beauty about DVDs as well. You know, you can pause us in the middle, and if you've happen to already have one of these, why not pass it on to someone else? You know, if you're enjoying the Jewellery Maker inside you, you can always pass that knowledge on to someone else. Stocking fillers. £14.85. We're still guaranteeing delivery for Christmas. So please do make sure you get these deals when they're out. You've seen the kit as well, £16.95 for the kit. That's still available on the web. We have got an incredible amount to show you as well coming up over the next hour. Star buys aplenty. Star buys aplenty. We've had we're going to come and see Sara again. We've got some great pieces coming up, but remember, we've got lots of star buys coming up into the next hour. Sara, incredible, absolutely incredible. I'm amazed at that. You know,
it's very addictive as well. Once you get one of these started, you won't put it down. But I think I made that one in probably an hour and a bit.
An hour. That'll be you. Get the DVD, you'll have the techniques, and you'll be making that within just a day, I bet you. You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
You can now watch clips from Jewellery Maker on our YouTube channel. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
You can watch Jewellery Maker live every day from 9 till 1 on Sky 655, Virgin 756, Freesat 807 and now Freeview Channel 30.
You can now keep in touch by following Jewellery Maker on Twitter. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Tune into Jewellery Maker every day at 5 p.m. from Miss It, Miss Out show, where we'll have 4 hours of jam-packed deals, including clearance offers, end of line, last in stock and low prices. The Miss It, Miss Out show, only on Jewellery Maker.
Are you new to Jewellery Maker? Would you like to try a new hobby? Then why not give us a call on 0800 644 655 and we'll send you a free copy of our DVD and booklet to help you get started. You don't even need to make an order. Get involved with Jewellery Maker.
Star by, star by, diddle-diddle-diddle, star by, star by. It doesn't the same fit when you do it by yourself, does it really? Thank you very much, Sarah.
You're very welcome.
Absolutely amazing. Sarah, we're going to be seeing Sarah at the end of the hour because we've set Sarah a bit of a challenge. We've given her some golden balls, and she's going to be working through those. And please tell me they've called that kit that.
I don't know what they've called it.
Do you know what they should have done? You know, I'm going to have a word upstairs when I go upstairs if it's not called that. So we've set Sarah challenge. That's coming up at the end of the hour. We'll see what we've got. We've got a star. Oh, there we go. There's the challenge piece. Challenge Sarah. So that's coming up. We're going to have a look and see what Sarah's done with that at the end of the hour. Now then, we've got star by 10 strands. Yellow tiger's eye, 80 carats, 330 carats of apatite, 150 carats of purple coloured quartz, 450 carats of green striped agate, 350 carats of multicolour striped agate, I quite like those, 160 carats of sage amethyst plain rounds, 70 carats of turquoise small nuggets, 285 carats of fancy jasper, 380 carats of fancy agate twisted rectangles, and 85 carats of green coloured quartz faceted rounds. Oh my goodness, look at these shapes, look at these colours, look at the phenomena within these gemstones with your tiger's eye in there as well. I mean, everything, that's a treasure trove of gemstones. That is an absolute treasure trove. Look at this strand alone. I love this strand. It is gorgeous. Can I move what? So this here. There we go. Just been asked to move the steps. Did you mean the band? Do you remember steps? Remember steps though?
Only one song.
Haven't I won't go there. 0800 644 655 if you want to get these. Look at these. Look at these colours. I wore my gems with golden lining. Bright colours shining. Lovely. I know, Claire. No one's joining in with me. You know, to be fair, Mike nearly did. He was there. He was close. He was close. Now then, how many carats in total? 2,340 carats in total. These are beautiful, beautiful stripes. Now, £48 is what we should be. Remember, you're getting 10 strands. I mean, that's a good price anyway, isn't it? 10 strands. Right, okay. Are we limited on stock on this or something? Is it? I love the way you didn't even mince your words out. Yep. Right, that's why we're going so low. How many have we got? 50. 50. Only 50 strands. It's not a lot. If you're under, that's under £3 a strand. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Look at these colours. Look at these shapes. These are big strands that you've got here as well. Absolutely stunning. £27.95. I love these sort of pieces because, I mean, again, inspirational pieces. Maybe 80% of these strands you would use, and they're the sort of pieces that you would normally buy. So you're going to definitely use 80% of these. And then within these, there's something here that maybe you think, do you know what, I wouldn't buy that as a separate strand. It's not something that I normally use in my designs. But then that arrives through the door, and the inspiration, you've got to push the boundaries. You've got to inspire yourself sometimes to use new designs, to use different gemstones that you wouldn't normally look. I mean, you look at that. I think very easily, you know, you can say, do you know what, there's a necklace. I would never wear a necklace like this. Don't pigeonhole a strand like that into a necklace. Don't, you know, there are so many different ways of doing it. You know, you may have a side drilled gemstone there, but there's no way, there's no reason why you can have a drop and use that as a drop maybe at the end of a pendant. There's your postage and packaging back as well. £24.95 for 10 strands. For 10 strands. Do you know what Sarah just done then? Sarah went, Get out of town, girlfriend. What?
I just look at that and think, you know, if you're going to be doing craft fairs, craft stalls, if you're making for gifts, you know, like gift drawer.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
present drawer.
Yes, yes. It's one of those, it's just to have it available, and then when you get another strand you might think, you know what, I've got that 3 strands of the golden pyrite, that is just going to work with all of those green tones coming through that bundle. Perfect.
You've got your collection of gemstones that you've got in your armory, that you've got in your drawers, wherever you keep your gemstones. Excuse me. There's only 50 of these available. 10 strands. You will have to be quick. You will have to be quick. $24.95 on that. Less than half the stock. Okay, over half the stock is gone. Over half the stock is gone on that there. So £24.95 for that there. Right, we have got incredible deals, but we are going to do these very quickly. The reason why, we've lost a lot of time today with graphics problems, and I'm really sorry about that. We're going to make up to it today. We're going to we're going to give you. You watch me break the graphics now. What number am I going to? All the colour. Oh, is this it here? Yeah. I'm there. Dion, I am there eventually. I do get there eventually. You know, so so this is a half price deal. Half price deal. Any minute now. There we go. Your half price deal. You have so much going on. Oh my goodness, there is so much going on in this. Right, 10 meters of purple satin cord. You've got 10 meters of royal blue satin cord. You've got 10 meters of orange satin cord. You've got 10 meters of lime green satin cord. 10 meters of silver satin cord. 10 meters of black satin cord. 10 meters of pink satin cord. 10 meters of purple satin. You've got 10 meters of royal blue satin. 10 meters of orange satin. 10 meters of baby blue satin. Oh my goodness. 10 meters of lime green. Oh my goodness. Do you know what? There's so much in there. So much in there. Even my director's telling me to shut up now. I'm not going to draw attention to the fact that I've actually put a couple of those in twice on my screen. That's all right. Don't worry. I've got you covered there, Dee. Right. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. What you talking about, Willis? Have a look at all these here. That's what you get. That's what you get. That is your satin cord sorted. Sorted. And we've got your beads as well. There's all your beads there. You have got your multicolour quartz, blue agate and your black onyx. Get black onyx, come on in, get black onyx. And it's a half price deal. Are you ready? Are you ready? Do you know what? The one thing you don't want to hear after you've built something up in your ear is your producer going, my maths is wrong. It wasn't wrong. You were right. You didn't need to. You didn't need to question yourself, Dee. £13.70. £13.70. An incredible selection. Look at that. It's like the Leaning Tower of satin. I created that. £13.70. Look at that. You've heard of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. There's the Leaning Tower. Look, that's almost an exact replica in satin. And then we got the gemstones there as well. £13.70. Half price deal. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Get in quick. Don't miss out on your deals. Is it the other one on the steps here, yeah? Oh. Deals, deals, deals. Check out this. Check out this. Named after my producer today, the the Ice Queen. It could be like your street name, Dion. People call me the Ice Queen. 293 carats of clear quartz, white cultured potato pearls, and 180 carats of white howlite plain rounds. The highlight of the howlite is that you get a little bit of the matrix on, a little bit like turquoise actually. We get those lovely little matrix patterns on the gemstones. So you can actually see it in that shot there. That little almost like a crackle, but of course it's a part of the actual makeup of the howlite there. These are all incredible deals, amazing deals in this hour. We are going to be fast and furious, giving you opportunities. Should be at this price. Should be at this price. Are you ready? There we go. Crazy. £9.95, under £10. For 3 beautiful strands, let's have a look at these. Beautiful, beautiful big pieces. Look at the size of those clear quartz. Absolutely stunning. And your howlite, I mean, they just work perfectly. Lovely Christmassy pieces there, aren't they? The Ice Queen. $9.95. $9.95. Jump on that line. Jump on that line. Oh, I never so much about singing the blues. La, la, da, 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 da. Oh, just to sing in the blues. Don't know the words, but I sort of know the tune. Right, are we going to be fast and furious? Box number what? 22. You do make me reach. Do you know what? You've got 24 boxes, and you make me choose the furthest one. You do that on purpose, Dion. Just because I called you the Ice Queen. Right, we've got here again this iridescent sort of feel to this. You've got these wonderful dyed pearls that you've got. Your Kishi cultured pearls, 7 by 6 to 11 by 7 millimeters, and so many. I mean, what I love about these pearls is you get so many in a strand, don't you?
You do, and it's so beautiful. I just love the...
It's the texture, isn't it?
The absolute 100% organic nature of them.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think sometimes you look at pearls and they look almost too perfect.
Yeah.
Whereas these have got all the beauty of a pearl, but they're just saying, I am so real. I am so organic with my texture and my the beautiful luster that comes off them with that colour. And they just allow you to take pearls into a different texture. I think they look great with the golden challenge I've got.
Oh yeah.
Absolute colour together. It's almost, you know, like.
Oh yeah, really nice actually. It's this is the challenge set we'll be going over. I mean, look at those.
Just absolutely works.
Look at that. And it's because you get little flashes of sort of the metallic tones coming off those pearls as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Really nice. Right, number 22. There we go. £7.95. £7.95. And so many in that there. I mean, if I just sort of show you that, and then if we can show you the whole lot. If we can show you the whole lot as I just bring my hands apart, you can see so many pearls. So many pearls in the one piece. £7.95. I'm sorry if my mics are rubbing. I'm just going to see if I can adjust it a bit. It's because I don't work here. They gave me the one with a broken clip. That's what they do. Yeah. He doesn't normally work here. Give him the one with a broken clip. $7.95 for that there. Are we staying moving? Moving on. Next. Well, I never knew much about singing the blues. Ooh, hey. 75 carats of your graduated plain prisms. Lovely little drops. Look at that. Beautiful little pieces. Oh, I've not seen these shapes before actually in the tanzanite. Graduated plain prisms, and again you get all that wonderful. If you have a look in here, every single one has its own identity. Of course, you get these out. You can match the colours colour match the colours on there and put them together for a set, use them as individual drops on pieces. But wonderful, wonderful collection of tanzanite there. Great price coming in, of course. We're whizzing through pieces this afternoon. £19.95. That's 75 carats. 75 carats. 19.95. Oh, it's good. But it's priced to go. Oh, oh. Have you put a sticky bun on the -1 button again, Dion? 14.95. I didn't know whether to go or not. 14.95. A fiver off those for you today. That is 75 carats of tanzanite. 75 carats of tanzanite. £14.95. I do love my tanzanite. Your zoisite gemstone, of course, a little bit of heat treatment on your tanzanite. Over 95% of tanzanite heat treated because they don't come out of the ground. The blue colour, it is finishing off what Mother Nature started. However, as they get lower in the mine, they're about 800 metres down in Tanzania. They are coming across more naturally blue gemstones. Trouble is, they're having to go deeper, which means you know, you think the price is only going to go up on tanzanite. $14.95 for 75 carats. Very, very, very nice indeed. We're going to do box number 16. Box number 16. Fluorite. Do you know what? Fluorite is known as the most colourful gemstone in the world. And if you see a piece of banded fluorite, you'll understand why. Because it's a bit like a colour chart. You know when you go and buy paint in one of the what are they called? Heart DIY shops. Thank you very much, Sarah. I'm glad you're here. I am a presenter, and you see the colour charts, all the graduation of colours. When you look at a piece of banded fluorite, all those colours, you see so many different tones. It just so happens that we predominantly cut them as one colour. So we look as we look at the colours which give you your bigger gemstones, which sort of tends to be the greens and the blues on this. This is fluorite, your graduated faceted irregular drops. Fluorite comes from the word fleur, meaning to flow, and actually fluorite gave us the word fluorescence, because when it was put under infrared light, it was said to fluoresce. So the word they gave it to was fluorescence, which we use now. Lovely facets on these, individual faceted irregular drops, and a lot of them, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30 individual pieces. Let's do it. £11.95. £11.95. And D is telling me, I tell you what, £7.95. Do you like fluorite, sir? I like fluorite.
You know what? Fluorite is one of my favourite multicolour gemstones because it was one of the first ones I ever worked with at JewelleryMaker.
Yeah, yeah.
It was one of the ones I got mookaite first.
Yeah.
I remember my first kit had mookaite in. I just thought this is amazing multicolour gemstone, and then I got a fluorite kit, and I fell in love with the purples, the yellows, the greens, the blues, the whole diversity of the colour that comes through it. Yeah. And if you struggle putting colours together, fluorite is a brilliant one for you.
Because they're very subtle, aren't they? The changes are very subtle and delicate in there. You have got great colours, a good selection here, and a great price. £7.95. There we go. We're whizzing through. Sorry, we've missed a lot of pieces today because we've had a few graphic issues. So we're whizzing through this last day. I'm trying to get through as many pieces as we can by singing the blues. You won't be singing the blues when you see the prices on these. You have got apatite. Oops. Plain rounds, 6mm plain rounds. Apatite from the word apateo, meaning to deceive. Beautiful gemstone, lots of lovely colours from your neons. Again, you can get a gemstone which has these it's sort of, you get little flashes of these lovely vivid blues within, and almost like a little chatoyancy effects in some of these as well. That's really interesting, that actually, in your apatite. Oh, see, do you know, again, this is what I love about pieces such as this, is you've got all these gemstones, and then all of a sudden you just see one in here. This one I'm looking at here, it's almost got like a little cat's eye effect in the centre of that. But you know, it always pays to look through each of your gems, because you never know what sort of phenomena you're going to find. Lots of individual beads in this. As we get that price down, we're going low. £6.95. Quick 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. So about over 50 on there. So a lot of beads, a lot of your apatite plain round, 6mm plain round, £6.95. £6.95 for all those. Nice, very, very nice indeed. Right, we're going to go to box number 15. I'm so sorry it's quick, but we want to get through as many pieces as we can, because we've missed out on a few due to Dion breaking the graphics. This is a what, sorry? The Matrix collection. Look at this. Wow. You've got 170 carats, 170 carats, and all these different sizes as well. Great if you're making sort of graduated size necklaces, and these have already been basically graded for you into the different size. The Matrix collection, 170 carats of tungsten. I've not seen these collections before. Are these fairly new, or have you just been hiding them from me? So all your different gemstones. Let's show off my my tweezer prowess now. So there you've got your classic beads. That's the largest of the beads there. And then we go to some of the smaller beads, which goes down. So that's basically from your largest to your smallest there in actual size. And I always sort of do this sort of thing to give you an idea of size. So, as I say, if I can pick them up, then there we go. There we go. So just give you an idea of size on the back of the finger. There you go. So nice size piece. That's one of your larger pieces, and then you've got one of your smaller pieces. There. So that's from your largest piece to your smaller piece as well. I love the way you took your time. You took your time to get there, so you gave me time to drop it. Thanks for that, Claire. Do you know what? So the Matrix collection, I have got the best tweezer skills in the building. Hey, do you want to come out here and try and pick them up, Claire? Do you want a challenge? Yeah. We should have a challenge Claire with a pair of tweezers to have a tweezer off. Right, Matrix collection, 170 carats. See, Dion's transfixed by the tweezer off idea now. $21.95. 21. If you just tuned in just then, a tweezer off. £21.95. I must watch this on YouTube. $21.95. Look at that. A huge collection. Absolutely huge collection. Oops. There was only one that fell off. $21.95. Oh, do you know what I've just heard in my ear, Sarah? Lucy wouldn't have dropped it. I taught Lucy everything I know about tweezers. £21.95. Look at that. I mean, again, beautifully collated as well. $21.95, 170 carats. Do not go anywhere. It's time for Star By. I think to call that a break, I'm sure the European Union's got something to say about that, Sarah. Cool.
Do
you know, I love it when people ask me about what I do, and they go, so what sort of breaks do you have? Oh, they give you like 30 seconds and 2 minutes at the end of an hour. I'm like, 2 minutes? I don't know. Right, Star by colour combo, including rose quartz and green aventurine, plus satin cord. Look at that. They've matched, Dion's done a wonderful job of matching the greens and the pinks. Look at this. If this isn't going to inspire you, have a look at this. Have a look at that. That is gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful big single quartz there. That is amazing, amazing big quartz. Once again, I'll just show that to you on the back of my hand and give you an idea of size. Look at that. That's a pendant waiting to happen. That's a wire wrap pendant there, isn't it, Sarah? That one.
You can wire wrap them. I've done some techniques with Kumihimo for caging them.
Okay.
You can do some macrame and knotting techniques to cage them as well. You can use things like friendly plastic to make a little wrap for them as well. So there's so much you can do with cabochons.
Yeah.
So if you're not a wire wrapper, you know, you can do beaded cabochon wraps. So you actually use smaller beads to be able to do that. Soutache.
Yeah.
So many different things.
I say yes, Sarah. I didn't understand half of those names that you said, so I think I need to. Get a few. What was the last one?
Soutache.
Soutache.
Which is what you've got next to you.
Oh, look at that.
And
look at that. I've learned something new. Look, soutache. Wow.
Yeah, you use those cords, the special braiding cords. Yes, soutache cord, and you sew through that, and you add your gems. And it's almost like an embroidery jewellery technique. It comes from the ancient art of braiding uniforms.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's the original starting point. So you know.
And is that gem glued onto that backing? Is it?
It will be glued onto that, and then sewed around. Yes.
They're amazing. They're amazing.
It's amazing what you can do, isn't it?
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Right, see, because I haven't seen that, I get carried away looking at things. So we're not actually doing that, Drew. Move on from the soutache. £20 and 70 pence. You're not paying that. You're not paying that. We're going under 20. We're going under 18. Under 17. Dion is taking us somewhere we've never been before. Do you like that? £12.95. £12. If anyone from Pixar is watching, that's me reacting to something that's not actually there. £12.95. You've got your light pink satin cord, your dark green, you've got your rose quartz drop cabochon, a green aventurine. I hate it when the phone rings after I do something like that. Rose quartz wheels. You've got your dark green. We've got the Dion's just doubling up on the satin cord again. Do you know what? I don't want to cast aspersions, but. £12.95. Maybe it's me seeing double. But you've got some, again, amazing selection and so many gemstones in one strand. £12.95. I mean, that's crazy. If you think of the strands, £6.50 each for each of these strands. And then all the rest, you might as well have those. £12.95. £12.95, so you're getting the satin cord, the two colours of satin cord, and you're getting the oh, sorry, that was totally my fault there. So you're getting all these here. Beautiful. £12.95. What a deal. Oh, what a deal. £12.95. £12.95. Do you know what? The crew here are so easily pleased. So easily pleased. £12.95. 0800 644 655. Star by, star by, diddle-diddle-diddle, star by, diddle-diddle-diddle. I don't actually know what that theme tune is anymore. I've sung so many different words. Oh, it was Stingray, wasn't it? $12.95. Very nice. It was a rerun that I watched. I'm only 28. £12.90. There's no need to laugh so heartily, Tom. £12.95 for that. And those rose quartz, lovely rose quartz wheels. And again, just so many in a single strand. So many in a single strand. Great, great look. And of course, your green aventurine rice beads. Beautiful colours. And your 10 meters of your satin cords. £12.95. Dion, you're cruel. You're cruel. Do you know what? Dion went, it's all right. You're not in trouble. That was your wife. She didn't want you, though. We're going to do another star buy? Just as well. Let's move on. I want to put that behind me. £12.95. We're going to do... Oh, I don't even get my 30-second break now. You know what? Claire, no, Claire, Claire, I couldn't possibly do it without my intro. Star by. Right, here we go. It's a star by. Oh, dearie me. I'm getting to. I have been here since 6 o'clock this morning. You do know that, don't you? Have a look at this. I have. Black striped agate, puffy ovals. I'm going delirious. You want to hear that lot in there? You know what I mean? That's the E numbers and the crisps that they got from the course that's on. 0800 644 655 wire wrap. So there's your. This is your 1 millimeter, 10 meter length of your. We've been using wire rod. Me and Sarah, we've been like a bird on a wire all day. Doing some beautiful wire pieces. We've still got to get to Sarah before the end of the hour because she's working with the golden balls there, and we're going to. She's going to be showing us exactly what she's been doing with that kit. I don't. They haven't told me the kit name, Sarah, so I'm just going to keep calling that till. I
think so. I think it works.
It's cool. I think my name's better, Dion. It's. The hematite trio we were going at. Anyway, star by. I digress. You know, keep with us, guys. Keep with us. Right, this is your 225 carats of your black striped agate, your puffy opals, 20 by 15 millimeters approach, and your 10 meters of silver plated copper wire, 1 millimeter. Look at these amazing strands. Look, isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous. Love the agates, all the different shapes. Do you know what? I love these sort of strands, Sarah, because you don't know what sort of designs you're going to get in the individual gemstone.
No, and they're great for wire wrapping because I quite often like to mirror the banding with my wire.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you kind of, you have the banding and then take your wire next to it, not on top of it, but next to it, just to, especially with the silver,
to follow the design.
Yes, and it looks amazing and very easy for new wire wrappers, you know, to follow that banding and just take inspiration from the gemstone. but they're just so beautiful. I just love the fact that you just don't know what you're going to get.
I mean, they're like zebra stripes, that one. Look at that one there. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know if we can, there we go. Look at that. This is your, so this is your agate, which is basically your quartz that has grown and grown and grown and completely enclosed and giving you these stripes. £13.40. £13.40. And you've got 1 millimetre wire there, 10 metres of your 1 millimetre wire at £13.40. 0800 644 655. Can I just say, if you're going to rename that kit, it probably seems really funny in there right now, but wait till you're up in Steve's office. Why have you renamed that? £8. And just remember, I won't be here. I'm only visiting. £8.95. £8.95. Look at that. I think you find that producing from the floor, which I've never done, Dion. £8.95. I don't direct from the floor as well. If we can just pan in on that beautiful piece there in the centre. £8.95. I love all those shapes. Absolutely all those different contours and colours. I mean, look at that. As I run through, every single one is different. That is beautiful. Beautiful. £8.95. £8.95. Right, we're moving on from that. We're going to do the rose gold finding selection. Do you want me to undo all these and throw them all over the table? It's all right. I just saw a look of fear on Scott's face then. Don't do it. We've got a photo. Thank you, Claire. We've got a photo. There we go. I won't take them out of the baby. So you've got rose. I'll take one of these out. You've got rose gold. I'm glad you told me what that was. I couldn't quite make it out from where this is. So I was going to say something else. I thought that surely can't be right. You've got. This is the rose gold look that you've got. I love these T-bone. These. These, oh my goodness, what are they called?
T-bar.
T-bar. T-bar.
I think someone's hungry.
T-bone. T-bar clasp. And of course, you can use these. You can use this if you use that as maybe the drop of an earring. You can use that as the end of a cufflink as well, if you wanted to use the other side. But of course, they're designed to be used as a T-bar, which sits like that to finish off your bracelet or your necklace, whatever you do. Any other ideas for that, Sarah? Or have I used them all?
No, I think you might have used them all, but I used those stars on the earrings. So just do those little earrings there.
Yeah, don't look at it yet. Don't look at it yet.
Peeking.
No. Oh, I like that. Yeah. I like that.
But I did use them on there. But I like to use if you've done that and use those on earrings, use the other part as for cufflinks.
Yeah.
But I also, my son went to a Christmas party and he was going as the, I know, he's went as the Mad Hatter, and I actually created him a faux fob watch chain with one of those toggles. And some chain, and then just on the end of it, I put a big gemstone just to weight it into his pocket. So he had the faux watch chain there. So it worked really well because he had a little waistcoat on.
Of course, yeah, because just through the buttonhole. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Rose gold. So you get all these pieces, and that's what you should pay for it. A big selection here. You've got your pendant bails, your toggle clasp, your lobster claw clasp, silver toggle clasp. You've got your head pins, your heart chains, your crimp beads, your crimp covers, your silver shepherd's hooks, your silver open jump rings, your gift bag in there as well. Amazing selection, all in your rose gold. and £22.95. I mean, so many pieces in here. These are just incredibly handy to have. And just, you know, every now and again, just purchase one of these and build up your collections. £22.95. I'm gonna have to stop holding this star now because it's actually giving me cramp in my, because I've been holding it so tight in my in my hand. I haven't got, you know, I'll tell you, I'm not strong. There we go. I'm a lover, not a fighter. £22.95. £22.95. Are we over to Sarah now? Are we? No. What? She used what? This. What? That. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's. What? Sorry, what was that, Paula? Never come back again. Yeah, I'm really sorry. Yeah. Dearie me. I'm going to blame the graphics. Oh, I'm gonna blame the graphics, and I'm gonna blame Dion as well. You've got here a Drew's. There we go. Look at that. Yes, yes, yes. Drew's golden balls, including golden color-coded. That's now immortalized in the system. You do realize that, don't you? Somewhere down the line in 6 months' time, someone's going to do a what? What's that? You've got 0800 644 655, the number to ring. It is a wonderful collection. That is incredible. Drew's golden ball selection, 1885. I mean, that's, you know, it's serious. I know we do have a joke. We do have a lot of fun here. I shouldn't really get paid for this. What was that? I'm not getting paid for this. Oh, right, okay. You've got the 2 different sizes, and you've also got your faceted pieces here as well. So festive, so gorgeous, and just so vibrant. £13.95. Your 3 strands of golden hematite. Absolutely incredible. Look at that finish. Look at that finish on those. £13.95. 470 carats of your golden colour coated hematite plain rounds, 650 carats of your golden coloured hematite plain rounds, and 260 carats of your 7.5mm faceted rounds on there. £13.95. That is incredible. That is my deal. Do you know what? There's too much material in that name, and I'm not going to use any of it. There's way too much material in that name. Golden collection of your hematite, £13.95. I feel like I've got my own album. I feel like I've been given my own book launch or something now. I feel quite honoured with that. £13.95. Right, I'm going to take. Do you know what? Too much material. Right, we're gonna walk across here. Do you want those? Do you want those? I might take them with me. I might take them with me. So much material, Sarah. I'm not going to use any of it. Okay. All right. Yep. We're just going to keep this professional. Yeah. Fair enough. I think we could do that. Sorry, Scott. Do you want those? Yeah, because I'm not going to use them. Oh. Okay, sure. Scott's hand. Scott's hand. Ready? Look. There we go. Thanks. My debut on TV. Is that your debut on TV, is it? No. Well, not quite. Right. Manicure springs to mind. Right, sorry. So, if you've had this today, is that right? Yes. You've just had this today.
Yes.
We've already showed the technique for the flower earlier on.
We did.
And this is what you're talking about with the 2 different colours.
2 different colours layered up on top of each other, and this one's sort of more structural, so it actually comes up off the wristline.
Yeah.
Not terribly practical, but quite fun to wear.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Why not? You know,
Yeah.
I think if you were going to a sort of thing where you might need like a corsage, but you didn't want a real flower.
Yeah.
This would work as an alternative, and also this works really well if you make this into a brooch.
Do you know what I was
It works really.
You keep taking all my best materials, Sarah. Damn, I should have got in there first. I'm going to walk over next time and go brooch. I mean, I love, and I suppose you could, like you're saying, you could do a few different colours in there if you wanted, couldn't you?
You can do 3 or 4 different colours on top of each other. So you know, and the more you do, the more it builds up on top of each other. The more structure you get, the more depth you get into the piece, and therefore. It will really lend itself then for things like the brooches, because it really gets a lot bigger. And I would graduate my petals, so these ones are slightly graduated, but on the outside I would probably use and do it freeform by hand, a 1mm wire, just to create those really large petals underneath and just really give it some substance. Almost like a really big corsage brooch.
Right,
and it would look lovely.
Beautiful, and of course you've got and because you've got, I mean, the white almost gets lost in there, doesn't it, with the colours and that.
But even though you can see it, it blends in, it's nice and tidy, and it's a mechanic of just keeping the flower there, but it blends into the design as well. It's not an ugly mechanic. You know, there are some mechanics where you have to hide them because they are what I would class as a little bit ugly, but this is a pretty mechanic, and it works really well.
Now, can I ask, just on the back here, I noticed you've done that without the little joiner piece that we made earlier on. So is that used for necklaces only, the joiner piece, or is it just
because I was running out of time, actually.
Oh right, okay. That's all right.
Sprung.
That's all right. No. That's that. But that works just as well, doesn't it?
I would normally have used the join technique because it gives you more articulation for opening and closing it.
Oh, okay.
But I ran out of time, so I did it.
Oh,
very
I see.
quickly.
Yeah, because I see what you mean with that. Yeah.
But just because I was running out of time, I thought
Ignore I asked that
in.
question, Sarah. Just amateur. I'm just an amateur. Now then, we spoke about the kit that we had earlier, or the bundle that we had earlier, and we were talking about using these as your earrings. This is the other half of your T-bar.
It is, but I've also, if I can get hold of this, used the little tulip-shaped bales.
Okay.
And these would normally be used to hold a gemstone, a pendant, and they would be held between, if I tip it right up, can you see those 2 metal sort of prongs, north and south? You would put a gemstone, so a pendant with a top drill hole, or something like an abalone that has a hole that goes through it.
Yeah, so like we looked at that kit earlier on, which had the big elongated chips, big elongated nuggets that had a side hole in it. Perfect for that sort of thing.
Anything that's got a width that will fit between those 2 prongs. But I've used them upside down, so I've used them this way up on the earrings attached to the stars. I just thought that was a really nice different way of using them. And because they sit on the side of the star, you kind of get that sort of almost a little bit sort of asymmetric.
It sort of pulls the star a little bit off centre, doesn't it, as well, which I quite like that. Quite like that. And also draws it sort of away from from underneath the earlobe as well. Again, you've got your faceted on here, because you're going to get a lot of movement in these.
These are your sort of your going out partying earrings, you know. So, but if you wanted to make them a little bit more day wear, you'd have a shorter chain on them. But again, because you've got flexibility, because you've only got a jump ring there holding the chain on, you could then, if you wanted to, change the chain to a shorter version. And you know, you can put things like little rung bolt clasps on there and just make them really interchangeable.
If you're wondering where they got this from, this was a bundle that we did earlier on, which is the rose gold over the silver. So have a look on the web. That's right, Dion, isn't it? Have a look on the web for those. if you want, we're going to bring it on screen as well. There we go. The rose gold stasher, including the eye pins and your star-shaped toggle clasp, plus much more available. There we go. £22.95. If you're just wondering where those come from, there. And of course, we're talking about the kit that we're working with, which has been renamed to Drew's Golden Balls. Whole selection. Do you want to talk us through that? Do you want it over there, and you can
yes.
talk us through the piece?
Yep. So
I don't know whether you keep the bus there or not.
Yeah, we can do that if we do it on the. Should we do it on that one? So what we've got here is we've got a baseline necklace, which is a gizmo and bead neckline piece on a wire, on a 1mm wire. And then onto that, I've added 3 different shapes and size thicknesses of flowers. So this is 0.6 wire, quite a thick flower.
And you've done all this during the show?
I don't know how we manage it. And then I've used some of the purple wire because I had to get some purple in there because I am a purple girl. And then just a smaller version with a 0.6 wire. And again, handmade clasp.
Just so you know, I was going to draw attention to that. The clasp at the back. Yeah. I mean, there we go. You can see because we didn't give Sarah too much time. It's because I've been nattering. I mean, but you know, hey, the show's actually the show is actually flown today. And a quick look at this. Yeah. And while you're showing that, I'm going to quickly go and get box 16.
Okay. So this is your standard quadrangle weave bracelet, but it's done on a 0.6 wire because of the weight of the gemstones. Hematites typically being quite a heavy gemstone. I wanted something to be able to withstand the weight, and yet again, we've went round onto. And I've done it properly this time because I had time.
Why didn't I look at that one first, Sarah?
I know. Sometimes we get away with it and sometimes we don't.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Right, we've got time to do a quick deal. And if I've grabbed the right ones, we've got some clasps. If you like the idea of the drop earrings,
I love this
we've got these here, which... oh, there we go. We've got them there. They're lovely. The brushed gold, aren't the brush finish.
Yes.
And I'm going to take these out, and so I've just been saying, can I take these out and show them how they snap together? There we go. I'm assuming they slide in like that, do they?
You need a solid one and one with a hole in it.
Oh, do I?
I think so.
There's a solid one and one with a hole, is it? Oh, I see. One's got a gap and one's got a groove.
Yes.
I've got two gaps. There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
I know, they called me out the first time I used them as well. I was like, what?
2 gaps don't make a groove, Sarah. No. That's what you got to remember. So there we go. Again, you could use these as drops for your earrings, I suppose, or I mean, that's a great clasp idea. I've not seen that before.
And the way that these have been engineered is that the loops on the end of them are opposed to each other, so you have one at a right angle to the other. So if you look.
Oh yeah, I see.
So that when you do make a bracelet or a necklace, they sit flat against the wrist or the neckline once they're shut.
Right.
Which is really important because you want that comfort feel. There's no point having a beautiful finish if it's not comfortable against the skin, and these have been engineered beautifully to allow that for you. Which, you know, is again, and something I'm always looking for is for pieces to be comfortable, practical, and high end. So this gives me everything I need.
We're gonna absolutely destroy this price. For the last deal before we go, we've got a couple of minutes left on the show. So your different sizes you can see there. I mean, £7.95, great way. Dion's just gone, let's get that price down.
Yeah.
Let's get that price down.
And you've got so many.
I know, there's loads in there, isn't it? Absolutely loads. Wow, what a show. What a show. We had graphics for half of it. I think we've done quite well considering we had graphics for half of it. And a lot of that is down to the beautiful designs that you've shown us. Again, you know, just really is inspirational designs. And that's what this middle show really is all about. It's about you guys showing off different techniques and different pieces to look at.
And it's so nice that we get, as designers, time to show things, and I've always tried to encourage people with jewellery making because it's quite a daunting hobby because there are so many techniques, so many different genres of jewellery making, and to encourage people to maybe just take that little one step further in their jewellery making design journey And anything you can do, one little step further forward. I can't believe I've only been doing this for 3.5 years. And I can't believe how far I've come in 3.5 years. So the people at home are just doing exactly the same thing. And don't forget, it's all about little steps, little techniques that make a big difference in your jewellery making. If you can learn one just new tiny little technique once a week, it just revolutionises the way you make jewellery, and this is what the shows are really about. And I just love the fact that we've got this format now.
The time to do it. Well, don't forget, you can see this on YouTube. You can also get the DVDs, the beginner DVDs. I want to thank you, Sarah, again, once again, for looking after me. I always feel very well looked after. And remember, here at Jewellery Maker, we provide the materials, you provide the skills. We're jewellery makers.